We need Class 1 meat breeding does to be making their way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Henry Gray, Paige Wiles, Kinley Likens, Haley Snyder, and Lakin Hall. Again, please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Lakin Hall, please make your way outside of the show arena at this time. We need Class 2 to be making their way outside of the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Bailey Fishback, Colton Shepard, Josie Benjamin, Rowdy Etling, Ashlyn Bowl, and Gabriella Larison. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Class 3, please be getting ready in the barn.
Great way to start off our commercial doe show. A big forearm, big footed doe to kick things off. I like her in terms of her upper pin set and the shape over her loin. She could be a little stronger there behind her blade and maybe just a little more coordinated out of her hind leg. But that's a dense skeleton, good looking one that I think has a world of quality. And then on top of it, I know that performance isn't necessarily, at the top of my priority list when it comes to this. It just comes as an added bonus that she happens to be the biggest and highest volume. The young lady's doe that comes out in second, and that's where my decision was really between 2 and 3. The young lady's doe that comes out in second is just sleeker neck, more elevated and shorter about her blade. I like that one's collectedness of spine and width progression up high. I'll admit, full-heartedly, she's a little straighter, a little over or forward in her knee. Need to make her just a little bit stouter there in terms of her bone work and her open her up there right in behind her shoulder blade, give her a shot more forerib. That's where I think the blonde doe or the cinnamon colored doe that comes out in third really has a genuine advantage. That one's body shape and rib design is very good. Broad backed, big pinned, little frailer in terms of her feature, a little lower and rounder in terms of her shoulder set. Doe that kind of wants to drop her tail there and get a little rounder in terms of her hip, need to strengthen her there about her spine. The young lady's doe that comes out next I think is excellent in terms of her pattern and blade length and flank line. Like that one's build and hip and hind leg assembly. She's just too flat and narrow. When you get underneath of her, that doe reads just a little bit more peaked there in terms of her top shape. We need to open her up and give her a shot more dimension from end to end. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class is an upgrade comparatively to the one that we just discussed in regards to bone work, skull, and feature. That one just reads a little bit rounder, a little bit coarser off both ends. She hits me the plainest in comparison to her contemporaries. Really good class to get us kicked off here in your doe show. Let's give those kids a big round of applause.
Gabriella Larison, please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Congratulations, Class 1 winners. In first place, Lakin Hall. Second place, Paige Wiles. Third place, Henry Gray. Fourth place, Kinley Likens. And fifth place, Haley Snyder. Class 3, please be making your way outside of the arena. These exhibitors are Tessa Black, Carla Evans, Olivia Gibson, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Selena Nunez, Libby Riley, McKinley Fishback, and Paige Donaldson. Please be making your way outside of the arena at this time. Class 4, please be getting ready in the barn. We need Olivia Gibson, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, and Selena Nunez to be making their way outside of the show arena at this time.
Nice second class of commercial does. And, I think the only thing that our class winner's probably missing is a brain. If she could just cooperate a little bit better, I think that this young man's showmanship would be more than good enough to get this one looking right. When she finally gets stopped and parked there from the profile, I think that one's chest, skull, and ear, front three-quarter view are good. That one's the most athletic in terms of her body shape, the best in terms of her width progression back into her pin set and stifle. And then even though I can't necessarily come out here and tell you that doe's the most athletic in terms of her joint work and skeleton because she's acting like she is, I do think that the angles of her skeleton still read correct. The young lady's doe that comes out in second, extremely feminine, high tying, and smooth blending. Like that one's pattern and the levelness out through her hip and pin set. The set of her hind leg and the posture of her hind leg from the side, extremely smooth blending and proportional. You get off to the side of that doe or from the three-quarter view, and while I think that she's high volume, she doesn't read necessarily as square in terms of her shape up high. She's a little bit plainer in terms of her muscle pattern and funnels to the base of her stifle. The young lady's doe that comes out in three, I think has got some very unique pieces. She's maybe the slimmest necked and the shortest bladed of the top three. I think that this one's width progression is still very good. She funnels and tapers to the base of her stifle, though, a doe that, in my opinion, doesn't read with the same kind of bulk and opened up dimension down at the base of her rib cage for me to be able to get her up any higher. And then she's just a little bit rounder and set lower there at the base of her tail. The young man's doe that comes out next, I think, is elevated. I think that this one reads with a square, round shape up high. Unfortunately, there's a shape there, but there's not enough dimension and just pure spread. That doe's the flattest in its rib cage, and relative to those that we talked about, while I appreciate its elevation and bone work, that one gets a little shorter and rounder hip. Just reads a little bit gawkier from the side. I've got to see that one reorganized and balanced up better from the profile. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class is smooth blending, like this one's density and substance at the surface, like her extension. Unfortunately, when we're comparing these things, we're judging them as weather dam type does. In my opinion, that's how I'm evaluating them. She needs to be cracked open. She needs to be bolder ribbed. She needs to be bigger and stouter just everywhere for me to be able to justify moving her up a couple spots. But I think that's a really nice way to round out an exceptionally high quality class of does. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Abrina Brandenburg, you have 2 minutes to make your way into the show arena. Entering the show arena at this time are Class 3 junior does. These exhibitors are Tessa Black, Carla Evans, Olivia Gibson, Selena Nunez, Libby Riley, McKinley Fishback, and Paige Donaldson. Congratulations, Class 2 winners. First place, Rowdy Etling. Second place, Ashlyn Bowl. Third place, Josie Benjamin. Fourth place, Colton Shepard. And fifth place, Bailey Fishback. Class 4, please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are McKinley Fishback, Bailey Fishback, Camden Ryan, Shelby Swader, and Sadie Wolfer. Class 5, please be getting ready in the barn. Judge, this is your class. Reminder, all GO exhibitors have an hour after the show to consign their market animals to the sale. The trailer is open now.
I think it's close on the top end between this particular pair. You know, if you really start studying the nuts and bolts, I think the young lady's doe that wins goes ahead and does so on the basis of a bigger forearm, a bigger foot, a wider chest, and a more genuine body shape. She reads more athletic there in terms of her center portion, and I really like the way that she feeds back into her pin set. You know, is she the slimmest necked? Is she the flattest shouldered? Absolutely not. And I want to see her with just a little bit more shape down through her lower leg and stifle. But at the same time, in retrospect or comparison to our class winner, to the doe that comes out in second, I think she's stronger on her rear pastern, a little bit more aesthetically pleasing in the set of her hind leg from the profile. The young lady's doe that comes out in second is genuinely big-footed. I love the looseness and the reach that she has out of her front skeleton. She's more refined at the top side of her neck and about her head and ear than the doe that we go ahead and use to win. She's smooth blending. Love the reach and flexibility out of her rear skeleton. Young lady, she's just a nickel too long pastern, little extra set to her hind leg. It just adds a little bit more of a generic look to a frailer hind leg. But I think her bottom side symmetry and balance standing still, if you just look from her legs up, I think is really, really nice. The young lady's doe that comes out in third, extremely smooth blending, has an immense amount of presence, and the young lady does a really good job of showcasing that one's neck attachment and really helping that one run uphill. She's a little vertical off both ends of her skeleton, and I think you can see that even standing still. A little upright there in terms of the angle of her shoulder and knee, a little tighter there in terms of her hip and hock, and consequently when she gets out and goes, she wants to drop in her front end and work up in her spine, but I think a really good one standing still. Young lady's doe that comes out in third, the solid red doe, I think is probably the shallowest chested, the best in terms of her bottom side symmetry, really nice hind leg posture, like her neck attachment. There's just not enough doe there for this particular judge. You study her at the ground, she's the frailer featured option that probably just reads a little bit emptier and flatter at the base of her rib cage. We need to open that one up and give her a shot more mass and bloom all the way through. The young lady's doe that comes out next with the red front leg, I think that one's the densest in terms of her bone work and skeleton, really stout there in terms of her skull. Her neck attachment, her breastplate, and just the wrinkle there to her neck needs to be modified so she doesn't look as plain up front. I love her high body. I like her body volume, but again, another short body doe, or short hip doe, that just needs to proportion better there through her front skeleton. The young lady's doe that comes out next is extremely smooth blending. I like this one's collectedness of spine, and you know, when she finally gets her braced and standing here on the profile, I can appreciate her hind leg posture. As we get that one out and go, she's rounder at the base of her shoulder. She's narrower in terms of her skeleton. She's more peaked and flat in terms of her rib cage, and she too wants to camp her hind leg up underneath of her in motion. The young lady's doe that comes out next is smooth blending, broody and maternal, like her extension, like the strength to her instead of her hind leg. Just gets a little bit plainer there relative to her contemporaries, a little bit flatter there and more generic in terms of the turn of her rib cage and body. Need a little bit bigger pin set from behind. Young lady's doe that rounds out the class is more athletic in terms of her rib shape and the way that she's constructed in terms of her muscle pattern relative to the doe that we just discussed. At the same time, she's more awkward in her hind leg. She's longer in terms of her blade, and it's probably accentuated a little bit of awkward transition. We could blend that hair in a little bit better from her shoulder into her forerib. I think that would allow her to look a little bit better there from the side. I think she's got a lot of good in regards to mass and power. She's just got to be built better and reorganized off both ends of her skeleton. Really nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 3 winners. In first place, Tessa Black. Second place, Paige Donaldson. Third place, Carla Evans. Fourth place, McKinley Fishback. And fifth place, Selena Nunez. Entering the arena at this time is Class 4. These exhibitors are McKinley Fishback, Bailey Fishback, Camden Ryan, Shelby Swader, and Sadie Wolfer. Class 5, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Henry Gray, Grant Liming, Julia Grober, Braxton Watrin, Piper Ward, and Brennan Wolfer. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Class 6, please be getting ready in the barn. We'd like to welcome our judge tonight, Mr. Wyatt Banks. Wyatt Banks is originally from Cynthia, Kentucky, where he grew up on his family's Red Angus and commercial backgrounding operation. Wyatt attended Lincoln Land Community College, where he was a junior college All-American. Wyatt then finished his judging career and degree in animal science at Kansas State University. Upon graduating from Kansas State, Wyatt pursued a master's in nutritional physiology and served as the assistant coach for the livestock judging team. Wyatt now serves as the associate senior for 4-H youth livestock programming in Kentucky and aids in the day-to-day operations of his family's joint venture cattle business, 32 West Stock Farm and Walking W Cattle Company. Thank you, Mr. Wyatt Banks.
There never really was a debate in my mind on where to start. The decision really lies between 2 and 3. I think as soon as this doe kind of came through the ring, just her presence, her natural proportionality and pattern there from the side, I think that this one, when she gets propped up, it really just kind of draws your attention. She's round in terms of her rib cage, love her width progression, but it's really her presence that sells you, neck attachment, and her front end assembly, hind leg posture there from the side. If I could tweak her, she probably needs to be just a little bit more coordinated and square from hock to ground as she travels away. It by no means hinders the way that she gets out and travels. I love the reach and flexibility stride that she has on both ends of her skeleton. The decision, like I mentioned earlier, lies between 2 and 3. I think that the doe in second just has a shot more mass and substance. She's bigger in terms of her foot and forearm, stouter and denser in terms of her skull. And I think through the middle portion of her body, there's just more dimension and muscularity there from her blade back into her lower pin set and stifle. Now, she's a little bulkier there towards her front end, a little longer there in terms of her blade, and a little bit shorter there in terms of her neck. And those are things that I'd like to modify, especially that along with the set of her hind leg. But again, I think there's enough good there to go ahead and run her in 2. The young lady's doe that comes out in third, I think is as long and loose and flexible in terms of her skeleton. She's as refined and feminine as anything that we discussed thus far. You just get on top of them. And again, the priorities of skeletal width and body shape and making them look athletic. I think that this doe just needs more. She's the narrowest chested. She's the flattest ribbed and hip there of that top trio, and that's why she sits in third. The young lady's solid red doe that comes out next. Big bone, big footed. I think the standing posture of her hind leg may be as attractive as anything that we've discussed in this particular grouping. I do like that this doe's neck attachment's good. At the same time, she's a little thicker and coarser about her front end. The shape of her shoulder, the crest of her neck, she gets a little just plainer there in terms of her look from the side, and it's through her front end. I need to see that doe probably just opened up a little bit more there behind her shoulder. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class, extremely smooth blending, extremely well presented. I like this one's femininity, refinement, and extension. She's square and level there out of her hip, a little too vertical off both ends of her skeleton. I need to see that doe cracked open with just a shot more dimension from end to end. But a really good class of them. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's keep giving them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 4 winners. First place, Shelby Swader. Second place, Bailey Fishback. Third place, Sadie Wolfer. Fourth place, Camden Ryan. And fifth place, McKinley Fishback. Entering the arena at this time is Class 5. These exhibitors are Henry Gray, Grant Liming, Julia Grober, Braxton Watron, Piper Ward, and Brennan Wolfer. Class 6, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Lyle Riley, Eden Myers, Tegan Tisland, Grant Liming, and Olivia Gibson. Class 7, please be getting ready in the barn.
Again, believing in constructive criticism. Young man, I think you'd probably have enough time. And I'm not trying to be critical because I am not the best one with a set of clippers. I am not the best one with glue. That's my brother. He is very artistic with that kind of thing, and I am not. If I had enough time, I might break her down and just get her hair laying flat and wouldn't even worry about fitting her because I think it sometimes distracts from the way that she looks, and I don't mean that as an insult by any means. You made her legs look bigger and whatnot, but her stifle and everything just looks a little bit awkward. But I think that this doe, again, you just study the basis of what we're after here as far as dimension and skeletal width. I think that's the massive, big-backed, big-ended one. Does she need more flex to her hock? 100%. Does that doe probably just need to lead a little bit flatter in terms of her shoulder, maybe a little bit stronger there out the back side of her blade? 100% can agree with you on that. But at the same time, that's the only one in this particular grouping that has just a big square chest, a round rib shape, and the right kind of width progression and power to make some weather. So that's your class winner. The young lady's doe that comes out in second, I think if we could give our class winner this one's skeleton, it would have been even easier for me in that particular sense. I think that this one's feet and leg structure is exceptionally good, and the way that she ties and blends a really flat shoulder back into her rib cage. I love the set and angle of her hind leg and how she gets out and travels. Get to the front three-quarter, young lady. She's just not opened up enough. She's a little bit deeper, a little bit flatter there in terms of her body shape and stifle shape. I've got to see her with just a shot more power. I think there's a compliment for the doe that comes out in third. She's square in terms of her chest, big in terms of her loin, and stouter out through her lower twist and stifle. That doe just reads a little bit plainer relative to the two that we just discussed, and I don't know what grounds I would have to switch her up other than possibly having just a shot more performance or size or maturity to her. She's big boned, she's big-footed, a little tighter in her forerib, a little shorter and rounder there in terms of her hip. Doesn't hit me with the same kind of look and presence from the side. Really good one that comes out here in four. Kind of a roan caped one here that's good in terms of her skeleton. I like her extension. I like her basic build and symmetry. She's too flat. Need to open her up there again at the base of her skeleton. A really good structured, very feminine, nice balanced one that's great in terms of her bottom side symmetry that comes out next in the young lady's black-headed doe. Pound for pound, that may be the the narrowest, most concave doe in this particular set. She's too peaked in terms of her spine, and then she needs to be square from hock to ground going away. The young man's doe that rounds out the class, big bone, elevated, shallow-chested, short-bladed. I like all those things about in terms of his head and neck in terms of her head and neck posture. Little rounder in terms of her hip, little too upright in terms of her hip and hock. I've got to see that one travel with just a shot more reach and comfort off both ends of her skeleton. She's the hollowest in terms of her body shape. Really good class of them there. The heat's getting deeper. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 5 winners. First place, Henry Gray. Second place, Julia Grober. Third place, Brennan Wolfer. Fourth place, Braxton Watron. And fifth place, Piper Ward. Entering the arena is Class 6 junior does. These exhibitors are Lyle Riley, Eden Myers, Tegan Tisland, Grant Liming, and Olivia Gibson. Class 7, please be making your way outside of the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Savannah Pennington, Paisley Watron, Leah Collins, Paisley Jackson, and Olivia Cox. Class 8, please be getting ready in the barn.
Again, if we could just bring these two together here at the top end of this class, I think that we'd have a really, really good one already at the beginning of this show. And they are two both exceptional does to begin with. It's freshness, it's body turn, it's athleticism. and just sheer power that the doe that goes ahead and wins, does so and handles this class as far as that's concerned. That's your class leader in terms of bulk and spread. Now, it doesn't come without probably just a couple sacrifices, the shape of her shoulder, the thickness of her neck, and it just probably not looking nearly as feminine up front as the doe that comes out in second are all things that she kind of pays the price for all the dimension and power that she has. The set of her hind leg is good enough. She's a little weak on her rear pastern, a little short in terms of her hip, but she's my favorite and the most elite in terms of the turn and center portion of her rib cage. Now, you give her the doe in second hind leg, and I think that we've got a really, really good one. This is the class winner, the class leader for femininity and extension, her bottom side symmetry, her silhouette. I love her looseness of structure of a stride out of her front skeleton that's set to her pastern knee and front foot. I think that one's a world of good as far as that's concerned. You get to the front three-quarter view, and that's probably where my judgment call lies in this particular set. She's just a little bit flatter there in terms of her forerib, and you can tell here even from the profile she wants to get just a nickel easy in her spine. An exceptionally high-quality feminine doe that I think complements our class winner there. It's a coin flip. Take your pick and hitch your wagon to whichever one you want on that top end. I don't think you can go wrong with either one. The young lady's doe that comes out in third, the black-headed doe, I think is long-bodied, flexible, and loose skeleton. She's deep in terms of her center rib cage. Again, I probably want to see this one just a little bit more refined at the shape of her shoulder, a little denser in terms of her feature. I need to see that one just a little bit more up and out there in terms of her look and proportionality from the side. The young man's doe that comes out next is extremely smooth blending. I like this one in terms of the way it runs uphill and its bottom side symmetry standing still there from the side. A little bulkier there in terms of the shape of its shoulder, a little rounder in terms of its hip, thicker about its neck, and awkward in the way it uses its hind leg. Young man's got a doe that rounds out the class that I think's got no questions as far as just basic build and skeleton. Relative to her contemporaries, young man, that one's just the plainest. We've got to make that one just a nickel bit better looking and more proportional from the side. Give her a stouter rear leg and a little bit more dimension. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 6 winners. In first place, Tegan Tisland. Second place, Eden Myers. Third place, Olivia Gibson. Fourth place, Grant Liming. And fifth place, Lyle Riley. Entering the arena at this time is Class 7 junior does. These exhibitors are Savannah Pennington, Paisley Watrin, Leah Collins, Paisley Jackson, and Olivia Cox. We need Class 8 to be making their way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Eden Myers, Theo Pope, Lucia Taylor, Jake Bunting, and Jake Bunting.
class winner's really good. Neck attachment, athletic bodied, nice standing set to her hind leg. If you want me to be completely honest, I think the shape of her shoulder and her rear pastern are the only thing that keep her from being a possible legitimate contender moving forward in this particular show. High quality doe. Congratulations to that young lady. Young lady's solid red doe that comes out in second. Big bone, big footed, round bodied. Good in terms of its proportions there from the side. Maybe just like to refine her in the shape of her shoulder, the crest of her neck, give her a shot more there through her lower twist and stifle. The young lady's doe that comes out next in third. I like this one's rib cage. I like this one's skeletal width and power and body volume. I think when she finally stops and cooperates for the young lady, she really does kind of show off a really attractive set to her hip and hind leg. She's a little deeper at the set of her shoulder and chest. I need to see that one just a little bit more refined up front. But she's big back, she's wide, she's stout, and she's broody. I think the future's bright on that particular doe there to stand in third. The young lady's doe that comes out in fourth. Extremely flexible and good structured. Like this one's length of stride and just her maternal image that she casts from the side. That doe, again, just up front, just gets a little too close there in terms of her front legs. She's narrower at the ground. She's flatter in her rib cage and more peaked in her top shape. Young lady's doe that rounds out the class is maybe the longest bodied, most extended doe up front. She's got natural presence there in regarding her neck attachment. She's genuinely stout boned and big footed. She's just a little too high there, and what would be her chine bone gets a little off in terms of her top line. To me, that doe just comes into too many pieces for me to be able to bring her up any higher. But a really nice way to round out a competitive class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 7 winners. In first place, Leah Collins. Second place, Savannah Pennington. Third place, Paisley Jackson. Fourth place, Olivia Cox. And fifth place, Paisley Watron. Entering the arena at this time is show class 8 of junior does. These exhibitors are Eden Myers, Theo Pope, Lucia Taylor, Jake Bunting, and Jake Bunting. We need all first and second place winners from classes 1 through 7 to be making their way outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Lakin Hull and Paige Wiles, Class 2, Rowdy Etling and Ashlyn Bull, Class 3, Tessa Black and Paige Donaldson, Class 4, Shelby Swader and Bailey Fishback, Class 5, Henry Gray and Julia Grober, Class 6, Tegan Tisland and Eden Myers, and Class 7, Leah Collins and Savannah Pennington. We need all third place winners from those classes to be getting ready in the barn. We also need third place to be making their way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Henry Gray, Class 2, Josie Benjamin, Class 3, Carla Evans, Class 4, Sadie Wolfer, Class 5, Brennan Wolfer, Class 6, Olivia Gibson, and Class 7, Paisley Jackson. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time.
again, I think the top pair of this particular grouping is really nice, and some necessary trade-offs. The young lady's doe up front probably just hits me a little more show-ready today. Her density, her feature, her bloom, I think that she squares up better over her loin and her rack comparatively to the doe in second. Just reads a nickel more athletic and youthful in terms of her body shape. She's plenty short in terms of her hip. She doesn't want to cooperate for the young lady, and she probably just needs to be a nickel shorter bladed and run uphill just a smidge better. But I do think that that's a nice doe to go ahead and kick things off. A high volume, big bodied, broody appearing doe that comes out in second. I like her looseness of structure. I like her neck attachment. I probably like just her maturity pattern a nickel better even than our class winner that we previously discussed. She's rounder out of her hip, a little extra set to her hind leg. And while I think that she's big volumed and broody in terms of her rib shape, I do think that it doesn't read with the same athleticism as the doe that we talk about there in our class winner. But a really, really nice set of them there up towards the top. The young man's speckled up doe that comes out in third. I like this one's silhouette. I like its femininity. I like the shortness of blade and its hind leg posture. A really good pattern doe there from the side that I think's got a nice outer leg shape and bottom side balance. Again, too frail, flatter in terms of its forerib. I've got to see that one a little bit leveler in terms of its pin set. The young man's doe that comes out next is the highest performing in a comparative sense, the widest chested, probably as big backed and big ribbed as anything. Top line, spine, depth of blade, and just hind leg posture has to be better. That one wants to taper down to the base of its lower leg and stifle. That doe just reads a little bit more mature through her head and front end. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class is the exact opposite of that. I like that one's neck attachment. I like the big square loin that she's got in her, stout in terms of her hind leg. A doe that structurally and just a balance-wise wants to round off both ends of her skeleton and doesn't necessarily hit me with the same level of proportionality and presence there relative to her contemporaries. But a really good class of them. Congratulations to those exhibitors. My compliments to them. Let's show them a little bit of love, if you would, please.
Congratulations, Class 8 winners. In first place, Eden Myers. Second place, Jake Bunting. Third place, Theo Pope. Fourth place, Jake Bunting. And fifth place, Lucia Taylor. Entering the arena at this time are first and second place from all of the junior does classes. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Lakin Hull and Paige Wiles. Class 2, Rowdy Etling and Ashlyn Bowl. Class 3, Tessa Black and Paige Donaldson. Class 4, Shelby Swader and Bailey Fishback. Class 5, Henry Gray and Julia Grover. Class 6, Tegan Tisland and Eden Myers. Class 7, Leah Collins and Savannah Pennington. And Class 8, Eden Myers and Jake Bunting.
You know, I'm a man of my word. If I said they got enough muscle in class, they got enough muscle. I think this is an exceptional first division. I don't need to go back and rehandle them. because if you want to know what my thoughts are at this point, it boils down to skeletal quality and the way that they're assembled from the side. I think all the way from the first class down to the last class, there's a really good set of them here. There's one that probably just sticks out to me as the freshest and just the most eye-catching in this particular set. Her silhouette or her build from the side when she finally settles in and then couples it with more than enough athleticism. I'll set the microphone down, go get you a champion reserve in this particular division, and then we'll move on with the show. But if you would, please, let's give this Division I set of does a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Junior Doe, Leah Collins. Entering the arena at this time is Paisley Jackson. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Junior Doe, Tegan Tisland. Entering the arena at this time is Olivia Gibson. Congratulations, third overall Junior Doe, Eden Myers. Olivia Gibson, please be making your way into the show arena at this time. Judge, this is your class. Class 1 yearling does, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are... Wait, do I take a break? That's Rowdy. Yeah. Congratulations, fourth overall Junior Doe, Rowdy Etling. Ooh, crap. Where's my page? Class 1 yearling does, please be making your way outside of the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Reagan Trummer, Elena Paget, Colton Shepard, Reagan Trummer, Kennedy Schneider, and Allison French. Class 2 yearling does, please be getting ready in the barn. Congratulations, fifth overall Junior Doe, Tessa Black. Class 1 yearling does, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Reagan Trummer, Elena Paget, Colton Shepard, Reagan Trummer, Kennedy Schneider, and Allison French. Class 2, please be getting ready in the barn. We will be taking a 5-minute break. Entering the show arena at this time is Class 1 yearling does. These exhibitors are Reagan Trummer, Elena Paget, Colton Shepard, Reagan Trummer, Kennedy Schneider, and Allison French. Class 2, please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Ashlyn Bowl, Eden Myers, Kiera Moe, Lucas Brumson, Evie Bartlett, and Zoe Land. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Class 3, please be getting ready in the barn. Please do not be blocking the aisleways in the barn. There's a goat show going on and people need to get through.
Nice way as we get kicked off in our yearling doe show. Young lady here in the blue shirt's got the best one in regards to proportionality and blade length. I like that one's extension and the way that she's assembled there from the side. Love her in terms of her depth and gradual depth, that is, from chest to flank, the set and posture of her hind leg. Wish she'd pick up her tail. I think that would probably just accentuate a little bit better look of balance, but her top line's dead level. Love that one's refinement and femininity. She's not the stoutest in the world, but there's no problem with that for me. That one looks like a female and does it with an exceptional amount of good in terms of her joint work and skeleton. The young man's doe that comes out in second, the black kind of Oreo-colored doe here, if you will. Don't make fun of me for that, you goat people. Big bone, big footed, stout in terms of her skeleton. Probably just a nickel rounder in terms of her rib cage relative to the doe that we just discussed. She's higher volume than the doe in 3, and that's what makes the difference between the pair. She's a little extra set to her hind leg. She's a little rounder there in terms of her hip. Probably just reads maybe a nickel more mature in terms of her body shape and her forerib. A doe that doesn't necessarily have the same tidiness up through her front 1/3 as the doe that we previously discussed. That's probably an advantage that I give to the doe in 3rd. I like her neck attachment. I like her cleanliness of chest. I like her dead level look there from the side and the setting posture of her hind leg. You can even see it here from the side, though. That one's too closed up at the ground. She's too flat in her rib and just reads a little bit shallower and drier here from the profile. Young lady does an exceptional job of getting her presented. That's a nice one there to stand in 3rd. The young lady's doe that comes out in 4th, big boned, big footed, long bodied. Of the bottom 3 here, this one's got an exceptional amount of performance and growth. I like that one's lateness of maturity. She's a little rounder in her shoulder, a little off behind her shoulder. Probably just doesn't read as refined and feminine in terms of her head, neck, and skull. I need to see that doe just a little bit longer and leveler there out through her hip and tail set. The young lady's doe that comes out in fifth is smooth blending, long and extended about her front end. Like her flexibility and reach off both ends of her skeleton. She's too flat in terms of her rib. She's a little bit more mature there in terms of her skull shape. Need to tidy that one up about her breastplate, make her just a nickel shorter bladed. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class is extremely just honest and extended. In terms of her condition, I appreciate in the rig that she comes to us, really extended there about her front end. Again, a doe that needs to just be assembled a little bit better there from the side. She's a little drier in her flank, a little rounder in her hip. Need to see that one with a little bit more mass and spread. Really good way to round out the class, getting this kicked off here in the Yearling Doe Show. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 1 winners. In first place, Elena Paget. Second place, Allison French. Third place, Colton Shepard. Fourth place, Kennedy Schneider. And fifth place, Reagan Trummer.
Are you good for 5 seconds?
Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 yearling does. These exhibitors are Ashlyn Bowl, Eden Myers, Kiera Moe, Lucas Bromson, Evie Bartlett, and Zoe Land. Class 3, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Molly Odell, Braxton Watron, James King, Molly Odell, and Cora Shepard. Class 4, please be getting ready in the barn.
I mean, I'll tell you what, and it's not necessarily that they're contrastingly or starkly different. If anything, I think they're more similar besides their color pattern. There's times where I have prayed to have a goat like this come into a class, especially when I was a senior college or junior college judging contestant, and to have this good of a top pair, I think both of them are very, very good. The young lady's doe up front just has an added edge in terms of freshness. Her lines are just a nickel cleaner and so much more youthful than the doe that comes out in second. I like her breastplate. I like her shoulder angle. I love her knee and front foot. And then the set and posture of her hind leg and the way she reaches out of her rear skeleton. You know, I thought that the doe in second was going to be the power source in this particular class. You really get on top of them, though, and I think the doe that goes ahead and leads off, I'll call it close, but if I was going to give a slight edge, I was surprised to find this doe had just a little bit more in terms of back shape and loin shape. Maybe needs a little bit bigger upper pin set, but I think that one's got a world of good as regard to silhouette with more than enough power. The young lady's doe that comes out in second, she's wanting to give her fits, and you know, she's really wild colored. I think that kind of draws your attention to her to begin with. I love that doe's just bottom side symmetry and her gradual depth from chest to flank. Her arrogance and just natural head carriage is very good. Levelness over her top line. She's big backed and big ended. To me, what probably splits the pair the longer I'm out here, she's a little thicker in terms of her neck and the base of her shoulder. That doe just doesn't reach and stride as far out of her front end, maybe as the doe that goes ahead and wins. The big thing for me, as we really split hairs and debate that top pair, that doe just reads a little bit earlier maturing, and she really wants to swing her show side hind leg as she gets out and travels. Not near enough bend or flex built into her rear skeleton. The young man's doe that comes out in third, big, broody, high volume. Love this one in terms of just basic build and flexibility and function. Extremely smooth blending. Relative to the two does that we just discussed, she's a little plainer about her neck, a little deeper in her chest, a little bit more mature there in terms of her rib and hip shape. The young lady's doe that comes out next, I think that this one is big-bodied and high-volumed, maternal, no doubt. A little deeper there in terms of her chest, a little thicker there in terms of her neck and shoulder. Reads a little more mature up there through her front end. A little shorter there in terms of her hip, but I think a broody, functional doe that definitely covers the bases. The young lady's doe that comes out next, I think is just a nickel bit better in terms of her flank line relative to the doe that we're going to round out the class with. She's shorter about her blade, better in her flank progression, a little bit more attractive standing set of her hind leg. She, too, needs to be stronger in terms of her spine and just cracked open at the base of her skeleton. Young lady's doe that rounds out the class is a notch rounder rib than the doe that preceded her. I think that she's bigger chested. I think that she's bigger armed. I think that she's bigger in terms of her shoulder and chest width up front. At the same time, that doe needs to be better in her flank line. She needs to be smoother and laid in neater about her shoulder if she's going to have that much power. And again, another one that just a little awkward there in the set of her hind leg. Really nice class. Nice way to round them off. Congratulations to those exhibitors. My compliments.
Congratulations, Class 2 winners. In first place, Eden Myers. In second place, Zoe Land. Third place, Lucas Bromson. Fourth place, Evie Bartlett. And fifth place, Ashlyn Bowl. Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 yearling does. These exhibitors are Molly Odell, Braxton Watron, James King, Molly Odell, and Cora Shepard. Class 4, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Paisley Watron, Kaylee Rott, Easton Jennings, Reed Etling, and Lucas Bromson. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Class 5, please be getting ready in the barn.
black-headed doe that kind of takes the lead here. Big bone, big-footed. Fit job accentuates that. I think that this doe is just a nickel denser and looks a little more show ready. And relative to the doe that comes out in the second, I think she's smoother blending. I think she's denser there at the base of her skeleton. Just a little bit higher volume, too, in the way that she transitions there from the side. Kind of just helps that doe read a little bit smoother, a little bit more just flashy, if you will. She's a little deeper in terms of her shoulder. I want to elevate her in terms of her chest and maybe just refine her out the backside of her neck a smidge. But I think that's a really good doe there to stand and go ahead and win. Young man's doe that comes out in second. What you see is what you get. That one's slick-haired, and I still think for being a slick-haired doe that one has some genuine advantages even over our class winner. Maybe even a nickel rounder bodied and maybe a little bit more athletic there in terms of our rib cage comparatively to the doe that we just discussed. I like her shortness of blade. I like her hind leg posture. At the same time, she's a little bit thicker about her neck and the base of her shoulder. That doe to me just doesn't hit me with the same wow factor maybe as our class winner does. She's frailer at the ground, a little bit more fragile there in terms of her hind leg construction and flatter to her stifle. But a really nice doe there again to stand in second. Young lady's got a long-bodied one that's big bone, big-footed, and extended here that comes out next. Of what remains, I think that this one transitions the best from her shoulder back and just hits me with the best impression of balance. Then again, I think, again, like her contemporaries, she's deeper about her chest and shoulder. That one needs to be bulked up with a stouter hind leg and just have a better flank line progression. Young lady's doe that comes out in fifth, I think what separates her comparatively to the doe that'll round out the class, bigger bone, bigger footed, a little bit rounder there in terms of her rib cage, but really it's the freedom off both ends of her skeleton that allows her to stand where she does. She's bigger boned, better in her angles, cleaner in her joint work, and more coordinated in her step. Thicker about her neck, though, the base and bulk of her shoulder just casts a more generic look there from the side. The young man's doe that's going to round out the class is sleeker fronted, probably a more refined in terms of the angle and slope to his shoulder relative to the doe that we previously discussed. I like that one's levelness of pin set. As that one gets out and travels, she's built too tight off both ends of her skeleton, just a little bit too straight. I need to see her reach further with a cleaner joint there out of her rear hock. But a really, really nice class of them. Again, we're getting the ball rolling here in your yearling doe show. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 3 winners. In first place, Cora Shepard. Second place, James King. Third place, Molly Odell. Fourth place, Molly Odell. And fifth place, Braxton Watron. Entering the arena at this time is Class 4 yearling does. These exhibitors are Paisley Watron, Kaylee Rott, Easton Jennings, Reed Etling, and Lucas Bromson. Class 5, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Bryce Baker, Eden Myers, Rowdy Etling, Tegan Tisland, and Carla Evans. Class 6, please be getting ready in the barn.
just a complete choice here for your class winner. Again, I'm not going to tell you that she's maybe the most trendy up through her front end. I'm not going to tell you that that one's the latest maturing doe in the world. But I think her skeleton, her basic build, her maternal mass, and her body shape are more than enough reason to go ahead and win this class. And then when she does it by being comparatively the best balance with the most presence, I think that she's got the green light for me. Congratulations to that young man. The decision for me lies between 2 and 3, and I do think that the doe that comes out in second just reads more ladylike up front. In terms of her head and neck attachment, she's cleaner at the base of her chest, laid in flatter there about her shoulder, and blends in smoother from there back. Hind legs a little bit awkward. She's a little frailer, and she is comparatively the narrowest and flattest of this top 3. But at the same time, I think there's enough redeeming qualities there in regards to femininity and refinement and bottom side symmetry that she needs to stay put where she is in second. The young man's doe that comes out in third, bigger bones, bigger legged, stouter skulled, probably just a little bit more there in terms of pin set. I think it's accentuated by just a little bit longer hair coat, and that probably accentuates that just a little bit. Get your hands on that doe. She's not necessarily as wide as I was anticipating up high. She's a little more tubular there from the side. My biggest pick is her shoulder and chest. She's too deep and wants to run downhill. She's got a little extra set there to her hind leg. Need to see that one be more refined and just balanced better there from the side. The young man's predominantly red doe that comes out next. Loose structured, long-bodied, smooth blending, deep flanked. I like those things. If you study through the hair and extra condition, though, I don't think there's a lot of genuine just base width there. I think that one reads just a little bit flatter in its rib cage, a little bit waistier there through its underline. We've got to trim that up and just see her a little bit fresher. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class is those things. She's leaner, and that doe is definitely just fresher and more youthful in terms of her condition and breeding condition at this stage of the game. She's longer bodied, more extended, and later maturing. She's the most tubular and driest in her rib cage. A little awkward there in terms of her hip and hind leg design. Need to modify those things before we can transition her up any higher. But a really nice way to round out this class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 4 winners. In first place, Reed Etling. Second place, Kaylee Rott. Third place, Easton Jennings. Fourth place, Lucas Bromson. And fifth place, Paisley Watron. Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 of yearling does. These exhibitors are Bryce Baker, Eden Myers, Rowdy Etling, Tegan Tisland, and Carla Evans. Class 6, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Brennan Wolfer, Jake Bunting, Sadie Wolfer, and Paisley Jackson. Reminder, all goat exhibitors have up to 1 hour after the show to consign their animals to the sale. The sales trailer is open right now. We need all first, second, and third place winners from classes 1 through 4 to be getting ready in the barn.
really nice class winner. A young man brings us predominantly brown doe. That one's the most athletic in terms of its body shape and chest width. I like that one, and the way that she's pulled together there from the side. The standing set of her hind legs, nice. I'll be honest with you, of the top three, they all need to be just a little bit better there at the ground and travel with a little bit more looseness and flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. I like that this doe just probably pulls together with the most freshness and body volume from the side, hits me with the freshest, most high-quality look. Congratulations to that young man. What separates 2 and 3, and I'll apologize if you're wondering why the young lady in third is a little upset. I accidentally got ahead of myself and went 3, 2, 1 in the wrong spot. I'll completely take the rap on that as a judge. Sometimes we get ahead of ourselves, but I wanted to make sure that I did the best job that I could, and I apologize for getting a little ahead of myself. The young man here with the long Cape doe that comes out in second is cleaner chested, leveler in terms of its spine, a little bit more attractive standing hind leg posture than the doe that comes out in third. She needs to reach further out of her front end. She's frailer in terms of her feature, needs to be stronger there in terms of the middle of her back when she doesn't want to cooperate, and that one probably just needs to reach and flex her hind leg a little bit further. But again, I think she fills her track. I think she reads proportional. I think that one reads the second freshest and the most on point for today. Really nice one there to stand in second. Young lady's doe that comes out in third. Of the top three, that one's the densest in terms of her skeleton. She's the longest and sleekest about her neck. She's maybe the stoutest there in terms of her upper pin set, stouter in her upper pin set relative to the doe that we previously discussed. Young lady, the longer we're out here, her chest just needs to be laid back in her just a little bit. She needs to be flatter there in terms of her shoulder. A doe that wants to break just a nickel there in the center of her body and doesn't hit me with the same kind of fullness and bloom through the center portion of her rib cage comparatively to the two does that we just discussed. The young man's doe that comes out next, maternal, moderate, flexible, big-bodied, smooth blending, a little thicker about her neck, a little plainer up front. Need to see that one stouter boned. Young lady's doe that rounds out the class is that big boned, big bodied, long measuring, late maturing. Chest to flank ratio has to be better. We have to see that one stronger behind her shoulder. I need to see that one just a little bit smoother and more refined about her shoulder shape and leveler out of her hip. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 5 winners. In first place, Tegan Tisland. Second place, Rowdy Etling. Third place, Eden Myers. Fourth place, Bryce Baker. And fifth place, Carla Evans. Entering the arena at this time is Class 6 yearling does. These exhibitors are Brennan Wolfer, Jake Bunting, Sadie Wolfer, and Paisley Jackson. We need all first, second, and third place winners from classes 1 through 5 to be making their way outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Elena Paget, Allison French, and Colton Shepard. From Class 2, Eden Myers, Zoe Land, and Lucas Bromson. Class 3, Cora Shepard, James King, and Molly Odell. Class 4, Reed Etling, Kaylee Rott, and Easton Jennings. And Class 5, Tegan Tisland, Rowdy Etling, and Eden Myers. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time.
The class winner here as we round out your yearling doe show. I'm not going to tell you that she's just absolutely the most out there in any one particular category, but she's just solid everywhere. I like her extension. I like her basic build and function the best of the top three. To me, she reads the most attractive and the most flexible in her lower joints and skeleton. Like her levelness of spine and just her broody body type. Everything fits together and balances there from the side. Congratulations to that young lady. I think if you're after a little bit rounder ribbed one, I think if you're after a little bit rounder bodied one with just a shot more power and chest up front, I think the doe that comes out in second probably has your number. Just a little bit bigger out the backside of its blade, a little bit bigger there through its center portion of its rib cage. Unfortunately, we don't match that with enough pin set and pin width from behind. And as that doe gets out and travels, as much as I like her looseness of structure, she's a little uncoordinated and searchy out of her front end. She needs to be square and more secure from hock to ground as she gets out and travels. But a really nice doe there to stand in second. The young man's really wild-colored one that comes out in third, I think has got some out-there pieces. Her extension, her elevation, her shortness of blade, big bone, big-footed, a strong spine doe that, again, is really round there in terms of her center rib cage. She's a little tighter, though, in terms of her heart. My biggest issue with this doe, young man, she's got to be looser and just a little bit more athletic off both ends of her skeleton. She's too straight and over in her knee, too short and stiff and upright about her hock, and that's why she lands in third. The young lady's doe that comes out next is high volume, broody, and maternal, like her basic build and structure. She's just a little deeper chested, a little rounder hipped, a little bit more mature in her look relative to the does that we previously discussed. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class, big boned, big footed, just a nickel more honest in terms of her condition today. I appreciate those things about her. I like the standing posture of her hind leg a little bit better than the doe that we previously discussed. Chest to flank and length of blade and balance from the sides got to be better. Need to see that doe come with a shot more power right there at the base of her rib cage. Congratulations to those exhibitors. All of them doing an awesome job. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 6 winners. In first place, Paisley Jackson. Second place, Jake Bunting. Third place, Jake Bunting. Fourth place, Sadie Wolfer. And fifth place, Brennan Wolfer.
11. Pretty sure it's at 11.
Entering the arena at this time are first and second place winners from classes 1 through 6. These exhibitors are Elena Paget, Allison French. In Class 2, Eden Myers and Zoe Land. In Class 3, Cora Shepard and James King. In Class 4, Reed Etling and Kaylee Rott. In Class 5, Tegan Tisland and Rowdy Etling. And in Class 6, Paisley Jackson and Jake Bunting. Third place from classes 1 through 6, please be at the show arena.
Let's give these yearling doe exhibitors a big round of applause. Again, I think from top to bottom in all of our classes, I think there's a world of good in all of them. There's also subtle differences. We don't need to go back through and break them down and discuss them. We've got plenty of livestock still to sort through tonight. But I really admire the quality and the depth consistency of quality and depth that's been in every single one of these classes. All these producers that are behind these goats out here, all the young people and the people that are getting them together, fitting and feeding them, I think they do an exceptional job, and they're presented to the nines. I think there's 5 of them out here that'll make really nice, some really nice backdrop pictures as we get on down the road here. And I can't wait to see what they would do for these young people as they implement them into their programs and operations going forward. I'll set the microphone down. It's enough chatter from me. You're going to keep hearing from me for the rest of the night. So I'll go out here and pick you a top 5. Congratulations to these kids.
Congratulations, grand champion yearling doe Eden Myers. Lucas Bromson, please be entering the arena at this time. Congratulations, reserve champion yearling doe Tegan Tisland. Eden Myers, please be entering the show arena at this time. Congratulations, 3rd overall yearling doe Zoe Land. Congratulations, 4th overall yearling doe
Reed Etling.
Reed Etling. Right?
Or is it Rowdy?
Rowdy Etling. Congratulations, 5th overall yearling doe Eden Myers. At this time, we need Class 1 of senior does to be making their way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Julia Grober, James King, Jace Cox Accord, Canyon Creek Moore, and Lucia Taylor. Class 2, please be getting ready in the barn. James King, please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 of Senior Does. These exhibitors are Julia Grober, James King, Jace Cox Accord, Canyon Creekmore, and Lucia Taylor. Class 2, please make your way to the outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Charlotte Sloan, Bentley Rich, Carla Evans, Henry Gray, and Cora Shepard. Class 3, please be getting ready in the barn.
Good way to kick off our Mature Doe show. Young man brings us a really nice one, a very complete option to go ahead and lead us off with. Big bone, big footed, like this one, structure and just flexibility and reach off both ends of her skeleton. Excuse me. Very smooth, blending, feminine, up-headed doe that for getting into the mature doe side of things, I think still reads plenty youthful. I think that one's set to her hind leg, and just, again, her sheer flexibility off both ends is why she needs to go ahead and start this class rather quickly. The young lady's doe that comes out in second, big boned, and I like her dense skeleton. I like her extension. She's not showing her age as well. She reads a little more mature there in terms of the center portion of her body, a little bit longer there in terms of her skull, a little bit narrower there at the base of her skeleton and flatter out of her hip. Really respectable second. Young man's got a doe that comes out in third that I think's just a nickel wider chested and rounder rib than the doe we previously discussed. I like this one's extension and pattern from hip forward pretty well as this one gets out and goes shorter, tighter hip, little awkward set to its hind leg, and can't reach and stride out of its front end as far as we need to. I think that's just probably the most problematic thing on this particular doe. If we could remodify her from a structural perspective, we could maybe be able to switch 2 and 3. Really nice one there to stand in third. Congratulations to him. Young man that comes out in fourth has got a smooth blending, loose structured maternal broody doe that's strong in her top line. She's a little rounder there in terms of her hip and tail set, little extra set to her hind leg. I want to tidy her up there in terms of her chest. The young lady that rounds out the class, big bone, yeah, cheer, big bone, big footed. I like this one's extension, length of body, and just flexibility. That one's just a little too hard and coarse in her look. She's the most mature today in terms of her heart and forerib and body shape. Need to see that one more elevated up front. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 1 winners. In first place, Jace Cox Accord. In second place, Lucia Taylor. Third place, James King. Fourth place, Canyon Creekmore. And fifth place, Juliet Grober. Entering the arena at this time is Class 2 of Senior Does. These exhibitors are Charlotte Sloan, Bentley Rich, Carla Evans, Henry Gray, and Cora Shepard. Class 3, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Bryce Baker, Bryce Baker, Bryce Baker, Paisley Watron, and Ashlyn Bull. Class 4, please be getting ready in the barn. If you were wanting to sign your does up for Dam and Daughter, this is your last chance. Come up here ASAP and sign your goats up. Dam and Daughter will be after the overall doe drive, so come sign up for it.
I'll leave them standing the way they are. The paint doe that wins is just the most feminine and refined, and then she's the safe place to start, in my opinion, on the basis of structural integrity. I think that one just reaches the furthest off both ends of her skeleton with the most reach and range of motion. Like her flexibility quite a bit. Is she the most powerful or boldest doe in the world? Absolutely not. And I think that that's absolutely okay because the doe in second's got more than enough power to spare for the does on either side of her. But to me, it's femininity, it's refinement, it's freshness, and the silhouette of this particular female that allows her to go ahead and run things off. The young lady's doe that comes out in seconds, bold-bodied, big-backed, and big-ended. I like those things in terms of being big-boned and footed. I think that's a durably constructed doe that's plenty good in terms of her reach and flexibility. She doesn't do it with the attractive look of the doe that goes ahead and wins. She's, again, a little looser there with a little extra set to her hind leg. And then you study her through her blade and chest and sternum. That doe needs to be shallower and tidier up front, shorter about her blade, and just a nickel more refined there. You could also strengthen her right there behind her shoulder if you look through the hair. The young man's doe that comes out in third, I think that's a really extended, unique kind of doe that's level and long in terms of its pin set, like the standing posture of its hind leg and its bottom side symmetry. It's weird. That doe's kind of Jekyll and Hyde, and if you don't get the right read on her, there's times where she wants to run downhill because she's breaking behind her shoulder and wanting to fight the young man, and there's other times that she looks like she can run uphill and be kind of unique. Regardless of how you may interpret that, she still breaks behind her shoulder. She's drier at the base of her rib cage, flatter there at the base of her leg, and just doesn't hit me with the same overarching pieces of the two ahead of her, but a really respectable third there in this particular class. The young lady that comes out next, I like this one's bone and foot. I like the stoutness of skull. I like this one in the way that it blends there with a shot more just genuine turn and rib cage and curvature there out the backside of its blade relative to the doe that's going to round out the class. She's a little more mature there in terms of her front end and shoulder. She's a little rounder there in terms of her hip and just reads a bit plainer from the side. I think a smooth blending, leveler pattern doe that comes out next. Nice set to her hip and hind leg. Nice set to her shoulder. Young man, I think that she balances up great from the side. But they're three-dimensional, and this doe's got to be cracked open down low. And you just see her wider, bolder, and stouter all the way through. Other than that, I think that she's a nice way to round out this particular set. Really good class there. Right. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 2 winners. In first place, Cora Shepard. Second place, Carla Evans. Third place, Henry Gray. Fourth place, Charlotte Sloan. And fifth place, Bentley Rich. Entering the arena at this time is Class 3 of senior does. These exhibitors are Bryce Baker, Bryce Baker, Bryce Baker, Paisley Watrin, and Ashlyn Bowl. Class 4, please be making your way outside of the arena. These exhibitors are Molly Odell, Shelby Swader, Olivia Sloan, and Stella Ninichuk. Class 5, please be getting ready in the barn.
Good class of them. The spot back doe just reads the most refined and complete, in my honest opinion. I like this one's skeleton. I like her looseness of structure. I like her femininity in the way that she blends there from the side, the angle of her shoulder, and her bottom side symmetry. She's not the most cracked open. I don't know if there's a true power doe in this particular set. I like this one skeleton the best, and she'll go ahead and win. The young man's doe that comes out in second, stouter bone, bigger footed. I like this one's probably upper rib shape and shape over its loin and down to its lower leg and stifle relatively to the does on either side of there. One that, again, is probably just a little bit more mature in her look, a little rounder about her shoulder, more conventional in terms of her size and stature. Maybe like to refine her just a nickel there in terms of her teats and level her there out of her hip. The young lady's doe that comes out in third. Smooth blending, big outline, later maturing than the doe we previously discussed. Like her foot shape and her front skeleton and the way that she's built out of her shoulder and knee and front foot. Again, a doe that's extremely refined up front. Of the top three, she's the flattest, she's the narrowest there, and she kind of just funnels too far back into the base of a shorter hip. I've got to see that one just opened up and progress back wider as we get behind her. Really good one here that comes out next that the young man brings us. I like this one's extension and just added advantage of softness relative to the doe that's going to round out the class. That one's a little bit smoother blending and deeper back to its flank. A little plainer, a little bit more mature about its skull. Need to see it toe straighter ahead up front and just with a little bit more lower leg and stifle shape. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class, extended. I like this one's honest condition. I like her freshness. I like her length. And I like her extension. This doe's just the flattest and harshest, most tubular there in terms of her body shape there from the side. Need to see her denser in her bone work. But a really nice way to round out a solid class of them there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, Class 3 winners. In first place, Ashlyn Bowl. Second place, Bryce Baker. Third place, Paisley Watron. Fourth place, Bryce Baker. And fifth place, Bryce Baker. Entering the arena at this time is Class 4 senior does. These exhibitors are Molly Odell, Shelby Swader, Olivia Sloan, and Stella Ninachuk. Class 5, please make your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Reed Wolfer, Brennan Wolfer, Paisley Jackson, Theo Pope, and Sadie Wolfer. We need all first, second, and third place winners from classes 1 through 3 of the senior does to be getting ready in the barn.
We would like to take a second to thank all of our 2026 Junior Fair sponsors, as well as the awards that were donated by Howerton Construction, Herman Houghton, VFW, Post 7496, John and Julie Best, Ultimate 4-Hers, Elaine and Joseph Harvart, and Southern Ohio Equipment Services. Thank you.
I really like just the feature and density of the doe that wins. I like her chest width. I like her squareness up high, and I like the presence and elevation that she has from the side. She's uncontested in terms of her bottom side symmetry and her density or substance at the surface. Now, if I'm going to address something for me as a cattle person and the cow man in me, I still see these things as livestock, and they've got to raise livestock to be productive and profitable in the long term. And I know we're showing livestock, and sometimes it seems like how in the world could we ever make a profit to begin with? But at the same token, if these are breeding livestock, my biggest pick on hers are teat structure. She's gathered and has just a couple too many auxiliary teats that are just a little awkward back there. And for me, that's probably my biggest struggle, especially when the doe in second's probably got the most refined set of teats in the particular class. But I'm not going to get into the weeds on that. I think initial impression, the young lady's doe goes ahead and wins. Young lady that comes out in second, I like her looseness of structure. I like her body type. I like this doe's just flexibility and extension in the way that she blends. Very maternal and soft in the sweep back to her flank. Too much set to her hind leg. She's frailer in terms of her feature and probably just reads again from her hip back a little bit plainer relative to our class winner. The young lady's doe that comes out in third, a wide-chested, bold-ribbed one that I think is probably as authentic in the arch and curvature of her rib cage as anything that we've discussed of the top trio. Genuinely big-boned and big-footed. I like this one's stoutness of skull. As they get out and travel, she's too forward in her shoulder. She drops in her chest, reads too mature up front. I need to see that one more refined up through her front end. And for all the power and mass she has through her center body, I don't see enough of that being matched with behind. She needs more dimension out through her hip, lower leg, and stifle. Young lady that comes out next, I think that's a big, broody, high-performing one that's got plenty of body. Again, just probably as flexible as any out here. She's a little bit more mature there in terms of her chest and breastplate, rounder out of her hip, and a little bit plainer in her look. I still think, retrospect, this one balances up and just has a little bit more top-line balance and a little bit more density and feature, and she's cleaner in her chest relative to the doe that's going to round out the class. The doe that rounds out the class may very well be the deepest bodied. She looks like a low maintenance, really flexible, just basic kind of brood doe that I think can go out and get the job done. She's too deep in her chest for this judge, carrying a little bit more fat back into her udder and flank. I need to see that one more refined up through her front 1/3 and denser at the ground. But congratulations to those exhibitors, top to bottom. I think those are a really good set of productive does. Congratulations. My compliments.
Congratulations, Class 4 winners. In first place, Shelby Swader. Second place, Molly Odell. Third place, Molly Odell. Fourth place, Olivia Sloan. And fifth place, Stella Ninachuk. Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 Senior Does. These exhibitors are Reed Wolfer, Brennan Wolfer, Paisley Jackson, Theo Pope, and Sadie Wolfer. We need all first, second, and third place winners from classes 1 through 4 to be outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Jace Cox Accord, Lucia Taylor, and James King. From Class 2, Cora Shepard, Carla Evans, and Henry Gray. From Class 3, Ashlyn Bull, Bryce Baker, and Paisley Watron. And from Class 4, Shelby Swader, Molly Odell, and Molly Odell. Please be outside of the show arena. We also need Grand Reserve and third overall from the junior and yearling does divisions to be getting ready in the barn.
really wide, stout, powerful, high volume doe that I think looks good enough here from the side or the 3/4 view when you get off of them and study them. I think that one's big chested and big footed. And of the top 3 here, I think she's the freshest in terms of her condition for a mature doe. Would she need to be set back in the angle of her shoulder, maybe a nickel? Yeah. Could that one be cleaner in terms of her breastplate and more elevated about her chest? Absolutely. But I do think that one, for at this stage of the game, is the combination doe of power with the right kind of proportionality for this particular set. The young lady's doe that comes out in second is my favorite in terms of feet and leg structure. I like this one's reach and joint work off both ends of her skeleton. Flexibility in the way that she strides out of her hip and hind leg, and the angle to her knee and front foot's exceptionally good. I think that doe has a square shape up high, but I don't think there's a lot of volume to it. I think she probably reads just a little bit flatter in terms of her rib cage. And then again, we're probably dealing with, I don't know, maybe some mastitis things there in terms of her teats that we need to probably just address there as far as that's concerned. But a very feminine, very refined, good structured doe that's exceptional in terms of her lower joint work. Kind of a puzzling doe to come out in third. Another one that I could probably tweak in terms of some teat things. But I think this one's round-bodied, big bone, big-footed. Maybe the most attractive hind leg posture standing, even though I like the doe that we just discussed moving the best. This one probably just reads, again, a little bit more mature there and fatter in terms of her chest, wants to push out there in terms of her breastplate, and she doesn't get out and go with near the presence or the flexibility of the doe that we previously discussed. That's what makes the difference between 2 and 3. The young lady's doe that comes out next, bold-bodied, high-volume, robustly constructed, dense in terms of her skeleton. Young lady, as soon as she takes a step, she's just too restricted off both ends of her skeleton. I need to see that one get out and grab another gear as far as flexibility is concerned. The young lady's doe that rounds out the class, big bone, big-footed, flat-shouldered, like her extension, like her levelness of top line, and how collected she is. I think that doe's progression from chest to flank is very good, and it's not any question there from a balance perspective. That one just, again, is the most peaked in terms of her rib cage. I don't see the same kind of genuine power nor levelness of pin set in retrospect to those contemporaries that she's competing against. Really nice way to round out our mature doe show. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 5 winners. In first place, Theo Pope. Second place, Paisley Jackson. Third place, Sadie Wolfer. Fourth place, Brennan Wolfer. And fifth place, Reed Wolfer. Entering the arena at this time is first and second place from classes 1 through 5 of the senior does. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Jace Cox Accord and Lucia Taylor. From Class 2, Cora Shepard and Carla Evans. From Class 3, Ashlyn Bull and Bryce Baker. From Class 4, Shelby Swader and Molly Odell. And from Class 5, Theo Pope and Paisley Jackson. Third place, please be outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are James King, Henry Gray, Paisley Watrin, Molly Odell, and Sadie Wolfer. Please be outside of the arena.
Here's your junior.
Yes.
Here's your
We also need Grand Reserve and third overall from both the junior and yearling divisions to be getting ready in the barn.
outside.
Need to be outside of the arena at this time. I apologize. These exhibitors are from the junior doe division, Leah Collins, Tegan Tisland, and Eden Myers, and from the yearling doe division, Eden Myers, Tegan Tisland, and Zoe Land. Please be outside of the show arena at this time.
Exceptional drive here of mature does, and we're going to keep the ball rolling. I think we talked about them in class, and for me, there's one out here that probably just reads the freshest, the most feminine, and the best in terms of her assembly there from the side and her silhouette. I think there's a really good one out here, and then from there, there's probably just a little bit more of a fight for who you want to follow up with after that. There's some differences in terms of kind, and you can just lay your priorities wherever you want, but I think that my winner I'm pretty comfortable with out here. I'll set the microphone down, get you a top 5 here. We'll get into your overall doe drive and get on with the show. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Let's give them one last round of applause.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Senior Doe, Jace Cox Accord. James King, please enter the show arena at this time. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Senior Doe, Shelby Swader. Molly Odell, please be entering the arena at this time. Congratulations, 3rd overall, Senior Doe, Molly Odell. Congratulations, 4th overall, Senior Doe, Theo Pope. Again, we need the Grand Reserve and 3rd overall winners from the junior and yearling and now senior doe divisions to be outside of the arena at this time. Congratulations, 5th overall, Senior Doe, Molly Odell. At this time, we need all Grand Reserve and 3rd overall winners from junior, yearling, and senior does divisions to be outside of the arena. These exhibitors are from the junior does division, Leah Collins, Tegan Tisland, and Eden Myers. From the yearling does division, Eden Myers, Tegan Tisland, and Zoe Land. And from the senior does division, Jace Cox Accord, Shelby Swader, and Molly Odell. Please be outside of the arena at this time. Entering the arena at this time are the Grand Reserve and 3rd place winners from the junior, yearling, and senior does divisions. These exhibitors are from the junior does division, Leah Collins, Tegan Tisland, and Eden Myers. From the yearling does division, Eden Myers, Tegan Tisland, and Zoe Land. And from the senior does division, Jace Cox Accord, Shelby Swader, and Molly Odell. Just a reminder, we will be moving on to the dam and daughter class right after the grand champion doe drive. And then immediately after the dam and daughter, we will take a break for pictures and to wet down the arena.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're moving at a nice, steady pace, and I like that. If you haven't found out by now, I'm kind of a guy that just likes to keep the ball rolling. I'm not going to get too far in discussions. I know that we'll have some that'll want to re-rack here and show some weathers not too long after, and I'm going to try to get you guys out of here at a decent time this evening. We aren't going to be hanging around here till 2 a.m. I've been told that's a trend in the past, and I'm not that kind of guy. I like my sleep. So we're going to keep that kind of under wraps, and if I get a little slow, you guys tell me. But I think the quality's been exceptional across both the junior, yearling, and mature doe drives. I think there's exceptional quality, exceptionally good showmen out here. Ladies and gentlemen, just to hit on it one time, there's no better place to be on a Tuesday night or any night that matter in the summertime than at a county fair in the heartland of America. There's a reason that we get to do this and to get to show at county fairs. There's a reason that America gets to live stream county fairs all across the country. I don't think that you see them doing that in Russia. I don't think that you see them doing that in Puerto Rico or anywhere else, even though I guess Puerto Rico would be whatever of the United States. But at the same time, this is a very rare opportunity. We don't get to do this besides the expense or because of the lack thereof of support. We get to do this because there is a huge price that is paid in the flag that flies over here for the United States of America, and we get to do this. We just had 250 years as a country, and I think if we can't be proud of that and be proud of where we're at, and that the tradition of a county fair still lives on, there's nothing more American than a county fair. I had a steak sandwich, I had a fried pork chop today, and I'm looking at goats and sheep and talking to some of the best kids in the continental United States. And if you can't get behind that, the door's that way. But this is an exceptional group of young people. I want to thank the crowd for being as responsive as anything this evening. And again, for those of you that won't be showing in the Doe Show, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for all the opportunities that He's given me and allowing me to be a part of this. And I don't say that as a punchline. I don't say that as anything other than an identity that's something that's bigger than myself. Because I mentioned earlier in the sheep show, you won't remember me in 100 years, but you will remember who you get to be face to face with when you see Him in heaven. So with that being said, I'll set the microphone down and go get you a top five. Let's give these kids a big round of applause and raise the roof. It's been an awesome show.
Congratulations, overall breeding doe grand champion Eden Myers. Congratulations, reserve champion breeding doe Leah Collins. Congratulations, third overall breeding doe Tegan Tisland. Congratulations, fourth overall breeding doe Zoe Land. Congratulations, fifth overall breeding doe Tegan Tisland. We need all dam and daughter entries to be outside of the arena. These exhibitors are Henry Gray, Shelby Swader, Bryce Baker, Paisley Jackson, Brennan Wolfer, and Sadie Wolfer.
a 10-minute.
Just a reminder, we will be taking a 10-minute break after the Dam and Daughter class for pictures and re-wetting the ring.
Like I said, I like to keep the ball rolling. To me, this is kind of like judging a cow-calf pair class or a produce of dam, whatever you may have. I think it's really important to understand that the quality and the basis of the female that's out producing herself in the next generation, that's the true mark of an exceptional breeding female. Is she good? Is she high quality? Yes. But when you start to kind of tip that scale in the favor of which way you want to go in terms of a produce a dam or best pair out here, I'm picking two. It comes down to, are they outproducing themselves? Did they make the next generation better? It's kind of like everybody wants their kids to be better than they were and vice versa, and going on down the line. That's the mark of a great bloodline. That's the mark of a great genetic line. And I think it's really, really cool to see some of these mature does and some of their offspring out here next to them. I'll go take a look at them one more time, go out here and pick you a grand reserve. But if you would, please, let's give these kids and these breeders a big round of applause. It's awesome to be able to exhibit something like this.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Dam and Daughter Shelby Swader. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Dam and Daughter Paisley Jackson. We will now be taking a 10-minute break for pictures and re-wetting the ring. Class 1 dairy market weathers, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Braxton Watrin, Melanie Greason, Elizabeth Jeffers, Paisley Watrin, and Ashlyn Bowl. Class 2, please be getting ready in the barn. Just a reminder, you guys have 1 hour after the show to consign your animals to the sale. The sale trailer outside is open. You also have 1 hour after the conclusion of the show to take any goats off the fairgrounds, but you have to come talk to Harley or Colby Brandenburg before you do it. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 of Market Dairy Weathers. These exhibitors are Braxton Watrin, Melanie Greason, Elizabeth Jeffers, Paisley Watrin, and Ashlyn Bowl. Class 2, please be outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Claire Wessner, Isabella Applegate, Riley Smith, and Emma Smith. Please be outside of the show arena at this time.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jerry Waring, president of the Fairboard. I would like to thank you all for coming. First, I would like to thank Trester Family and Trester Auctioneer and Cherry Fork Feed and Supply for supplying and paying for all the shavings in both arenas. Also, if you've been for the past shows, you know we're building 2 new barns next year. One's the cattle barn, show barn, and the Gibbons barn is coming down, and we're putting a new barn there as well. We got a $600,000 grant. Friends of the Fair is going to be giving us over $100,000, so if you need some pork tenderloin sandwiches, go see them. But it's a $1.4 million project. We're about 80% funded. So any help you'd like to give, please feel free to. Page 2 of the show bill has where you can donate. If you'd like to see the barn and how it's going to lay out a little bit, there's a photo on the side of the grandstands over there, and there's a photo on the cattle barn itself. Thank you and have a great evening.
You know, I think a very complimentary top pair here in the top end of your Dairy Goat Show Class 1. To me, what splits the pair is the young lady up here in the green shirt. This weather just balances better from the side. I like that one. Shoulder blade length better, flank line, hind leg posture, and just silhouette there standing. I do think that the young lady's wether that comes out in second is wider chested, square, and bigger in terms of his top shape. But again, I think that's getting awfully nitpicky there and trying to make a muscle call between the two. To me, what splits the pair is this goat isn't near as good in terms of its blade length and bottom side symmetry. I don't think that this weather balances up near as well from the side. Needs to attach higher into the top side of its shoulder. Young lady that comes out next, I think we've got an extended one that's smooth blending. I like this one in terms of its hip and hind leg construction and the flexibility of its lower joints. As we get down here into the bottom 3, there's a clear difference in my opinion just in terms of size and scale, and that makes a difference in my mind. A little bit frailer featured weather, still comparatively has a shot more power and dimension relative to those behind it. A young man here that comes up with the black spotted, kind of painted up one. I like this one again in terms of flank line and bottom side progression, extension, and just having a youthful look up front. That one's laid in really neat about his shoulder. At the same time, that's probably the frail, lightweight weather that just needs to be cracked open with a shot more power from end to end. Young lady rounds out the class with a solid white one that I think long bodied and extended. Again, probably just a comparative advantage. Probably has a shot more turn to its rib cage than the weather that we just discussed. That one, again, wants to cut up in its flank. Just hits me with a flatter hip and a plainer look there from the side. A little bit more mature there about its head, neck, and skull. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 1 winners. In first place, Paisley Watrin. In second place, Ashlyn Bull. In third place, Melanie Greason. Fourth place, Braxton Watrin. And in fifth place, Elizabeth Jeffers. Now entering the arena is Class 2 Market Dairy Weathers. These exhibitors are Claire Westner, Isabella Applegate, Riley Smith, and Emma Smith. We need first, second, and third place from Class 1 to be outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Paisley Watrin, Ashlyn Bull, and Melanie Greason. Please be outside of the show arena at this time. We also need Class 1 of underweight goats to be getting ready in the barn.
Another good class of them, and I think the solid black weather is probably just the combination of power and proportionality. Like this one's extension, like this one's body turn relative to his contemporaries. Big bone, big footed weather that's the best in his bottom side symmetry. A nice place to start. Young lady that comes out in second with the loud marked one, I think has got a good one in terms of flank line, neck set, and symmetry here from the side. Relative to our class winner, that one's just a nickel narrower at the ground and flatter in terms of her body shape. Need to see that one leveler out through its pin set. Young lady that comes out in third, I think that's the biggest scaled, longest outline, latest maturing goat for sure. That one's probably got just a slight advantage there in terms of pay weight relative to the two that we just discussed. Too flat in terms of its rib cage, and another one that, again, I just think needs to read better in terms of its body shape and base width. Young ladies goat that rounds out the class, really extended. I like that one's strength and relative to its top line standing. As that one gets out and goes, a longer bladed weather that wants to break in its top line, kind of coming to too many pieces with too much set to its hind leg, and comparatively a lighter weight, lighter muscled goat that needs to round out this particular set. Really good class of them from top to bottom, though. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll see how they stack up here in our grand drive.
Congratulations, Class 2 winners. In first place, Claire Westner. In second place, Isabella Applegate. In third place, Emma Smith. And in fourth place, Riley Smith. Entering the arena at this time are first, second, and third place winners from Classes 1 and 2 of Market Dairy Weathers. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Paisley Watrin, Ashlyn Bull, and Melanie Greason. And from Class 2, Claire Wessner, Isabella Applegate, and Emma Smith.
Again, not a huge number here in the Dairy Goat Show, but I do think there's a world of good in both of our class winners and respective second and thirds. Again, I think that it's awesome that there's this kind of program to cater to a different side, to allow these kids to be as competitive as they want to be. And I think, again, I've judged dairy steers before. I think it's an awesome industry applicable thing that has a world of good and is just as competitive and can be as competitive as you make it. I'm not going to describe the goats. I'll go ahead and set the microphone down, go get your top 5. But if you would, please give these kids just as big of a round of applause. I think it's awesome.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Market Dairy Weather, Paisley Watron. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Market Dairy Weather, Claire Wessner. Congratulations, 3rd overall Market Dairy Weather, Isabella Applegate. Congratulations, 4th overall Market Dairy Weather, Ashlyn Bowl. Congratulations, 5th overall Market Dairy Weather, Emma Smith. At this time, we need underweight goats class 1 to be outside of the arena. These exhibitors are Reed Wolfer, Addison Baker, and Julia Grober. Please be outside of the arena at this time. Entering the arena at this time is Class 1 of Underweight Division. These exhibitors are Reed Wolfer, Addison Baker, and Julia Grober.
get into your underweight weathers here. The young lady here in the back with the black shirt and the black-headed goat. I think that this one's just the combination of power with the right kind of width progression and skeletal build. One that I think just reads with the right kind of silhouette there from the side. Smooth blending, good structured, and still progresses back into a nice pin set. Young lady's kind of dapple-hided weather here that's trying to get away from us. I think that one reads with a good look of balance there from the side. Short-bladed, good in terms of our flank line progression and hind leg posture. Comparatively flatter there into her lower leg shape. Probably just a little bit bulkier there in the shape of her skeleton and the biggest footed. I can definitely appreciate that one for being lean and extremely high cut ability. But at this stage of the game, he just reads a little too straight off both ends of his skeleton. A little harder there in terms of his look and peak it in his top shape. 3 of them there that didn't make weight that I think definitely deserve a round of applause. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a little love as they exit the ring.
Congratulations, Class 1 underweight division winners. In first place, Addison Baker. In second place, Julia Grober. And in third place, Reed Wolfer. At this time, we need Class 1 of lightweight market goats to be making their way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Haley Moe, Brentley Clem, Reagan Trummer, Kaiser Jennings, and Mackenzie Bell. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Class 2, please be getting ready in the barn. Class 2, please be making your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are James King, Briley Clem, Kennedy Schneider, Miranda Jones, Libby Riley, and Alexis Harless. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Class 3, please be getting ready in the barn. These exhibitors are Ashlyn Bowl, Tegan Tisland, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Lyle Riley, Kinley Likens, and Kinley Likens. Please be getting ready in the barn. Once again, we'd like to take a second to thank our judge for tonight, Mr. Wyatt Banks. Wyatt Banks is originally from Cynthia, Kentucky, where he grew up on his family's Red Angus and commercial backgrounding operation. Wyatt attended Lincoln Land Community College, where he was a junior college All-American. Wyatt then finished his judging career and degree in animal science at Kansas State University. Upon graduating from Kansas State, Wyatt pursued a master's in nutritional physiology and served as the assistant coach for the livestock judging team. Wyatt now serves as the associate senior for 4-H youth livestock programming in Kentucky and aids in the main day-to-day operations of his family's joint venture cattle business, 32 West Stock Farm and Walking W Cattle Company. Thank you again, Mr. Wyatt Banks.
I think that the sheep are, excuse me, I judged sheep earlier. It's been a long day. Judge has been on his feet for a long time. You can laugh at me. I'm having bobbles on the microphone. The young lady's weather that wins, I think, is a combination of the two things that I like about both the weathers in 2 and 3. This one's got the right kind of freshness and shape and muscularity, and then blends it together on a really nice pattern package. High in terms of its neck attachment, like this one's top line strength and the curvature of its rib cage and the set of its hind leg. Really like the dimension there out through its upper pin set and stifle. If we could maybe just drop its flank just a smidge or shorten it up in its shoulder blade, maybe just sleeking it up there in terms of its neck. While I think its neck attachment's good, it could be just a little bit slimmer neck, but a really, really nice place to start. Young man's goat that comes out in second, big forearm, big footed. I think that one's the most athletic in terms of his muscularity and body shape in this particular set. He just comes in too many pieces. It doesn't want to cooperate for the young man. Rounder out of his hip, sharper in the set of his hock. Wants to disconnect there in front of his shoulder and behind his shoulder. Little rounder there in terms of the point of his shoulder and over in his knee. Other than that, though, I think that goat's probably the best in terms of his skeletal width and body shape. I need to reorganize him from a skeletal perspective. The young man's got a really nice put together one here from the side that I think's very good in terms of his balance and blend. Like his neck attachment, like the way that he transitions from his shoulder back. He's wanting to battle some things there, I think, as far as some hide condition things that we've got to work on going forward. If I remember the young man telling me right there earlier during showmanship, of the top 3, he's the blandest and flattest there in terms of his rib cage. I've got to see him just more opened up down low. Young lady brings us a nice one here that comes out next, big boned and good structured. I like this one in the way that it blends from the side, neck attachment, and from hip forward. I think that one's as good balanced as any. Little extra set to its hind leg, a little lower there in terms of its tail and pin set. The young lady's solid black weather is just big boned, big footed, elevated. I like the leanness and high cutability and the hind leg posture of that particular weather. Again, one that's just a little bit more mature at this stage of the game in terms of the shape of his shoulder, a little bit shorter there in terms of his hip, not necessarily as aesthetically pleasing about his skull and ear. The young lady, the goat that rounds out the class, extremely smooth blending, dead level in terms of its lines and angles. I like the slope of its shoulder, the posture of its hind leg, and the flexibility it has off both ends. Genuinely a big-footed goat. Need to open that one up pound for pound. That's the narrowest, lightest muscled one in this particular grouping. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Way to get us kicked off on an awesome market goat show.
Congratulations, Class 1. In first place, Haley Moe. In second place, Brantley Clem. In third place, Kaiser Jennings. In fourth place, Mackenzie Belt. And in fifth place, Reagan Trummer. Entering the arena at this time is Class 2. These exhibitors are James King, Briley Clem, Kennedy Schneider, Miranda Jones, Libby Riley, and Alexis Harless. Class 3, please be outside of the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Ashlyn Bowl, Tegan Tisland, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Lyle Riley, Kenley Likens, and Kenley Likens. Class 4, please be getting ready in the barn.
Good place to start here. The young lady in the pink shirt brings us one that's really cracked open and right in terms of its rib cage. Big forearm, stout skulled goat that's really, really nice and the freshest to the touch. Like him over his loin edge and jump muscle there. If we're going to get critical of him, he's a little off behind his shoulder, a little tight there on his hock and rear pastern. If we could just pick him up there in terms of his top line and level him out, I think that would be the icing on the cake. The young man's goat that comes out in second is those things. Stronger spine, longer and leveler in terms of its hip set. I like this one's elevation up front and his bone work at the ground. If the young man moves his knee out of the way, though, that one's breastplate and front end assembly kind of reveals itself a little too straight up front, a little bit too far out there in terms of our sternum. I need to see that one set back and just a little bit more comfortable in terms of its neck attachment, give it a stouter, more attractive and aesthetically pleasing hind leg. Young lady's goat that comes out in third. I think this one's big bone, big footed, big chested, really, really nice just in terms of terminal merit. This one may be the biggest pin to the top three if we're going to get right down to the nuts and bolts of it. Huge forearm goat, toes straight ahead. I love those things about it. When you study him off to the side, though, he's deeper in terms of his blade. He's more mature in the crest and shape of his head, neck, and shoulder. I've got to see that goat just look a little bit more youthful and juvenile up front for a lightweight market goat at this stage of life. But again, a really respectable third here as we get on down the line. Young lady brings us a big bone, big-footed doe that comes out next, I think, smooth in the way it transitions from its shoulder into its forerib, like its hip and hind leg posture. That one gets easy in its spine, a little over in its knee, and of the top three, or excuse me, of the four that we've discussed thus far, that one wants to roll its hock to the edge of its skeleton, needs to be square from hock to ground going away. Young lady brings us a really nice one in terms of symmetry and proportionality here and kind of the speckle-caped one. Like this one's neck attachment and, again, bottom side symmetry. Hind legs good. We need to be set higher at the base of our tail, and that one coming at you is just too narrow in terms of its chest width. Young lady that's going to round out the class, I think this one's lean and high cutability. I like that. In regards to terminal merit, I think that one reads with shape. Just probably not as open up and bloomy in terms of our body shape. A little bit thicker in terms of the base of our neck, a little bit sharper there, and more obtuse in terms of just the roundness of our shoulder. Need to see that one with a bigger bone and a stouter hind leg and lower stifle. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're cranking things up here in the Market Goat Show. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 2 winners. In first place, Briley Clem. Second place, James King. Third place, Alexis Hardy in the barn.
I just think this one reads show ready. That one's rig, and the way that he's dressed up and fit up, there's not a doubt in my mind that it only helps him in terms of his balance. But even if that wasn't there, I think that one's forearm, his freshness, his height, his body volume, his bloom and fill is definitely on point. With progression and balance and symmetry from the side, that one's the most appropriate in terms of his symmetry. He's not maybe the most shortest, he's not necessarily the shortest in terms of his blade, but I don't necessarily know if there's a perfect bladed one out here. That's a pretty nice, good goat. Freshness is the name of the game, and that one's got it. The one that comes out in second, I think is really raw and aggressive in terms of his shape. I like this one up high in terms of the squareness that he feeds out the back side of his blade. A goat that comes back into a really nice and expressive pin set and lower stifle. He's a little coarse and off in the way that he transitions and his hip loin hook up and jump muscle, the point of his shoulder. And as that goat gets out and travels, I'm still looking at him and studying their joint work and how they travel and the mobility off both ends of their skeleton. That goat's just a little bit straighter and over in terms of his knee and front foot. I need to see him reach further out of his front end with just a shot more comfort. But there's not a doubt in my mind he just reads with a little bit denser in terms of his foot and feature and a little bit more athletic in terms of his body shape relative to the goat that comes out in third. I think the goat that comes out in third is bulky, square, and really nice just in terms of his mass and body turn. He's maybe not as chiseled as the goat that we just talked about over his rack and loin. I think the biggest hang up on that goat, if you gave this weather the class winner's leg hair, I think that it could get really interesting really quick because that one's got a world of good as far as terminal mare is concerned. The fact of the matter is he's flatter in his lower leg, he's frailer in terms of his feature, and I think it just throws him off and gives him a plainer silhouette there from the side. 3 exceptionally high-quality lightweight market goats. Congratulations to those exhibitors at the top end of this class. Young lady that comes out next, I switched these two here in the middle. Young lady's got one here that I think just reads with a shot more true terminal shape, a big loins, big-ended weather for sure. The longer you studying him, from the top of his chest to the point of his shoulder, there's just more distance there. He's pushing out in terms of his breastplate, reads a little deeper and more mature up front. Need to just sleek him up there in terms of his neck, give him a little bit more strength there to his hind leg as he's a little bit longer pastern. Young lady's got a really fresh one that handles good in terms of its hide and tone, like this one in terms of his extension and the way that he looks there and blends from the side. A little too straight off both ends, wants to cut up in his flank and just reach drier in terms of his lower body balance. The young man's goat that rounds out the class, I like this one in terms of his bottom line progression and his flank line, the set and the flexibility of his hind legs, very useful. A goat that probably just reads the blandest and plainest in his shape at this stage of the game. Need to open him up and make him denser in his skeleton. Congratulations to those exhibitors, really doing a good job. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 3 winners. In first place, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. In second place, Tegan Tisland. In third place, Kinley Likens. In fourth place, Kinley Likens. And in fifth place, Ashlyn Bowl. Entering the arena at this time are Class 4 market weathers. These exhibitors are Michaela Belt, Briley Lyons-Smith, Brantley Clem, Kennedy Schneider, Tyler Kilburn, Sophia Argue, and Easton Jennings. Class 5, please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Paige Donaldson, Bryce Baker, Brennan Wolfer, Brenna McSwain, Bryce Baker, and Josie Benjamin. Please be making the way outside of the arena at this time. Judge, this is your class. We also need all first, second, and third place winners from classes 1 through 3 to be getting ready in the barn.
Gentleman in the red shirt, I'm not going to lie, I saw him in showmanship. I knew when he hit the ring, it was going to take a pretty good one to beat this one later on. You can call that positive first impressions or whatever you will. When that one came in, bone, body, balance, ball game, I think that one goes ahead and wins this class pretty easily. Young man that comes out in second, I like this one's extension and his silhouette from the side. He's a nickel later maturing than our class winner, maybe just a nickel shorter in terms of his blade and cleaner there through his sternum. Like his hind leg posture, and his fit job does an exceptional job of making that goat just blend and balance there from the side. He's a little sensitive in terms of his hide. I don't know if it's a little bit of sunburn or if we've got some infection going on there. He's just a little bit blander and staler to the touch, and I think that works to his detriment. He funnels back to probably just a little bit plainer loin edge and a flatter lower leg and stifle. The young ladies that comes out in third, I think this one's really elevated and athletic and youthful in its body shape. That's a round rib cage and a big loin and a big pin set. He doesn't want to cooperate, and I think it's due in part to his skeleton. He's just a little there over in his knee, wants to knuckle his rear pastern and break behind his shoulder. If that goat could pull together better from the side, I think we could probably make a debate there between 2 and 3 on who you want to take home a little bit better. But congratulations there. Highly competitive top trio. Young ladies that comes out next, kind of the belted goat that comes out, I think is really good in terms of in terms of her silhouette and look from the side. Level in terms of its hip, nice hind leg posture and elevation up front. We need just a dropper in her flank, just a smidge. I think that one just reads the flattest and plainest in her body shape of the top 3, or of the top 4, with a little bit more bulk there to her shoulder. I think that's just something that you've got to work with and manage going forward on that particular goat. Young man brings us a real shapely, real big backed, real lean, high cut ability one that I think's got worlds of good in regards to muscle and skeletal width. His skeleton just needs to be reorganized. He's too short and compact in his pattern. He's coarser and rounder about his shoulder and stiffer about his hock. Young lady's goat that comes out next, really good in terms of proportionality and balance. Like that one's bottom side symmetry, hind leg posture, and top line composure. That one just gets a little bit too flat, a little bit too concave in her rib cage. This one wants to funnel back to her pin set. He gets a little bit more peaked there in terms of her upper body shape. The young lady's goat that rounds out the class has probably just got a nickel more upper body turn relative to the one that we previously discussed, as well as just a little bit deeper twist and bigger forearm. That one, again, just reads a little bit too coarse for me and doesn't hit me with the same balancing features. A little bit cresty there in terms of its neck, a little bit out there in terms of its breastplate. Need to reorganize that one's hip and tail set to help it balance better from the side. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Really good class of them there from top to bottom here in your lightweight division. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations, Class 4 winners. In first place, Brantley Clem. Second place, Easton Jennings. Third place, Sophia Agru. Fourth place, Michaela Belt. And fifth place, Tyler Kilburn. Entering the arena at this time is Class 5 of Market Goats. These exhibitors are Paige Donaldson, Bryce Baker, Brennan Wolfer, Brenna McSwain, Bryce Baker, and Josie Benjamin. We need all first, second, and third place winners from classes 1 through 4 to be outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are from Class 1, Haley Moe, Brantley Clem, and Kaiser Jennings. From Class 2, Briley Clem, James King, and Alexis Harless. From Class 3, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Tegan Tisland, and Kenley Likens. And from Class 4, Brantley Clem, Easton Jennings, and Sophia Agru. Please be outside of the show arena at this time. Class 1 of the middleweight division, please be getting ready in the barn. Just a reminder, after the show, you have 1 hour to consign your animal to the sale. The sale booth is right outside and it is open right now. Again, you have up to an hour after the show to consign your animal. Also, please, as a reminder, because of the goat show going on, please do not get your pigs out if you don't absolutely have to. That would be greatly appreciated from the goat showmen.
A really good combination weather, I think, to go ahead and kick things off. A red-footed goat that's big in terms of its feature. That one's the most athletic and youthful in the turn of its body shape. I like that one's width progression and wedge up high. Could probably maybe just see that one blend a little bit better there in terms of its transition there from its hock down to its quarter, or its stifle, excuse me. These aren't cattle. And I asked the young lady to transition to the other side so I could see that one's symmetry and balance from the side. And I think that that one does just as good as anything. It's combining the right kind of terminal merit inside a proportional package. Congratulations to her. The young lady's goat that comes out in the second, I think that this one's really elevated and extended. This one's silhouette and symmetry from the side is just what keeps it in second for sure. Hind leg posture and balance, I like those things about it. Comparative and relative to the goats on either side of it, she's a nickel flatter and a nickel narrower there off either end of her skeleton, or off either end of his skeleton, excuse me. Just probably need to see that one squared up and masked up through the center portion of its body. Young lady brings us a nice one here that comes out in third. I think that this one squares up with an immense amount of shape out the backside of its blade, big in terms of its loin, stout in terms of its lower leg and stifle, and then has a nice set there to its hind leg. It's all in terms of its front skeleton that limits it to third. That one's just a little bit more mature in terms of its head, neck, and shoulder shape. Wants to push out there on its front end, a little too straight there about her shoulder and knee, but I think a really respectable third. We've just got to see a better front end on that particular weather. I switched these two. Young man with the spot back has just a little bit more body turn and substance at the ground. I think that this one's skeleton's maybe just a nickel more coordinated. Still a goat that gets easy in his spine, has a little extra set to his hind leg and is rounder in terms of his hip. He flattens to his lower leg in relative to those that we've talked about already. The young lady's goat that comes out next has got a shot more bone, maybe even a little bit shallower there in terms of its shoulder blade and sternum, but at the same time, that one reads more peaked in its back shape. I need to see that one again just square square up with more mass and spread from there on back. The young lady's goat that rounds out the class is lean, aggressive. I like the shape and squareness that this one has up high. There's just not enough of it, young lady. We've got to see that one opened up with just more muscle volume and muscle content. A little bit frailer featured goat that's straighter off both ends of its skeleton. Kind of makes it look just a nickel planer, but a really, really good way to end a solid class of wethers there in that division. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 5 winners. In first place, Brenna McSwain. Second place, Paige Donaldson. Third place, Josie Benjamin. Fourth place, Bryce Baker. And fifth place, Bryce Baker. Entering the arena at this time are the first and second place winners from classes 1 through 5. These exhibitors are from Class 1, from Class 1, Haley Moe and Brantley Clem. From Class 2, Briley Clem and James King. From Class 3, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg and Tegan Tisland. From Class 4, Brantley Clem and Easton Jennings. And from Class 5, Brenna McSwain and Paige Donaldson. Third place from classes 1 through 5, please be outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Kaiser Jennings, Alexis Harless, Kenley Likens, Sophia Agru, and Josie Benjamin. Please be outside of the show arena at this time.
Great lightweight division, again, from Class 1 all the way to Class 5. I think the young ladies up front, exceptionally smooth blending and right there in terms of its body shape. Maybe not just necessarily the most up and out there in terms of its front skeleton and the elevation up high, or the elevation through its front 1/3. Need to see it just a little bit leveler hip, but I think a really respectable way that we kicked off our show. Same way here with the young lady that comes out in the second class. I think that this one's got a big forearm. I think that this one's got an awesome body shape and just has athleticism written all over it. If you want to talk about one that probably just needs to be reorganized skeletally, a little ridged on her hock and rear pastern, little off there in terms of her top line. Talked about that one needing to be set back just a nickel in terms of its shoulder and front foot. Young lady brings us a good one here. If we could just get this one presented the way that it needs to here from the profile, I think that that one's got a world of good, both in terminal merit and just freshness there from the side. I like that one's extension and the way that he blends. Love his hip and hind leg. Maybe one of my favorite hip and hind legs I've seen today between both the goat and sheep shows. That one's just natural posture and balance there from the side is really, really good, and he blends so good there as well. If you want to talk about a powerhouse, young man tried to go for double jeopardy and win 2 classes there, and he had to exit there in the last class in Class 5. But I do think one that's got a big chest, a big forearm, bold body shape, massive loin in that particular goat. He's a little short coupled, a little tight there in terms of his hip, and one that could probably definitely be just a little bit more relaxed there in the set of his knee, but a really, really good one that I can appreciate for a world of good as far as terminal merit's concerned. Fresh body shape, really good just terminal merit here as far as the goat's concerned that wins Class 5. Big bone, big footed. When we get that one propped together, I think that that one can pull together with as good a look as anything. Again, I think that that goat is fresh to the touch. We talked about maybe needing some blending things that we could fix with clippers and shears, but besides that, I think that's a really high quality wether that was a combination in that particular class. With that being said, got to pick a top 5 to come out over here for your grand drive later on. I'll set the microphone down and tell you which ones I like them in this particular order. Congratulations to the lightweight division. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations, grand champion, lightweight market goat, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. Now entering the arena is Kinley Likens. Congratulations, reserve champion, lightweight market goat, Brantley Clem. Entering the arena at this time is Sophia Agru. Congratulations, third overall, lightweight market goat, Tegan Tisland. Congratulations, fourth overall, lightweight market goat, Brenna McSwain. Congratulations, fifth overall, lightweight market goat, Kinley Likens. Class 6 middleweight market goats need to be outside of the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Briley Clem, Sadie Wolfer, Serena Paget, Kaylee Rott, Wesley Tucker, and Camden Ryan. Class 7, you need to be getting ready in the barn. Briley, Clem, and Serena Paget, you need to be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Entering the arena at this time is Class 6 middleweight market goats. These exhibitors are Briley Clem, Sadie Wolfer, Serena Paget, Kaylee Rott, Wesley Tucker, and Camden Ryan. Class 7, you need to be making your way outside of the show ring at this time. These exhibitors are Kaylee Rott, Lux Shaw, Jace Cox Accord, Easton Jennings, Paisley Watron, and Grant Liming. Class 8, please be getting ready in the barn.
Don't need to elaborate too long. I think the young lady brings us one that's elevated and good looking with the right kind of athleticism. That one's a good kind of a weather in regards to terminal merit. He needs to win and does so rather handily in my mind. The young lady's goat that comes out in second, I think that this one just squares up with more mass roll and turn out the back side of its blade. Love this one's just center body cavity and the turn of its rib cage. A wider chested weather indeed that just probably reads with a little bit more mass there. Like I said, right in behind its shoulder. It's where we get in behind this goat that I probably just start to question, does he have enough from behind in terms of his upper pin set and stifle? And he doesn't, and that's why he's second. On the other end of his skeleton, he's a little bit thicker and more mature in terms of the shape and angle of his shoulder. He's a little bit thicker there in terms of his neck. The young lady's goat that comes out in third, I wanted to make an upgrade relative to the one that we just discussed. He is bigger boned, he is bigger footed, he is got a great shape, or excuse me, he does have a great shape out the backside of his blade, and I think he's probably just a little bit better in terms of his wedge up high. At the same time, he's a little bit deeper and lower in his front skeleton as well, especially at the point of his shoulder. He wants to get easy in his spine, and I don't think there's enough muscle content difference between the two to be able to go ahead and switch the pair, especially when this one needs to be modified just a little bit better there in terms of its flank line. Young lady that comes back here with the spot-backed weather, I think of the bottom three, this one's silhouette and symmetry and blend is just the best. A little flatter there in terms of our lower leg and twist. Need to see that one popped open with just a shot more dimension there out the backside of its blade. I think that the solid brown weather probably is just a nickel square there in terms of his forerib. Probably just reads a little bit more sculpted and aggressive, and the handle over his rack and loin. He's too straight and frail off both ends of his skeleton. A little bit out there in terms of the point of its chest. Too short relative to its hip, relative to the rest of its body. We've got to modify those things to help it balance better from the side. Young lady brings us a lean, high cut ability extended goat with a big forearm and a big foot. Young lady, that one's just got to be masked up and bulkier there through the center portion of its body. Gets a little bit longer there in terms of its blade. I just don't see necessarily as much product from end to end in that particular weather relative to its contemporaries. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 6 winners. In first place, Briley Clem. Second place, Camden Ryan. Third place, Kaylee Rott. Fourth place, Serena Paget. And fifth place, Wesley Tucker. Entering the arena at this time are Class 7 middleweight market goats. These exhibitors are Kaylee Rott, Lux Shaw, Jace Cox Accord, Easton Jennings, Paisley Watron, and Grant Liming. Class 8, please be outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are McKenna Seibert, Travis Brandenburg, Wesley Tucker, Carla Evans, and Crosby Benjamin. Please be outside of the show arena at this time. Class 9, please be getting ready in the barn.
Seeing this weather come through the ring, just his chest shot and that front three-quarter view, extremely square out the backside of his shoulder. I like the way that he's athletic there again in the turn and curvature of his body. Progresses back to a big enough pin set. I'm not going to tell you that he's just the most wedge up thing in the world in terms of having the biggest upper pin set and stifle, but I think all the parts of the puzzle fit. That's a good-legged, good balanced one that just blends a nickel bit better than the weather that comes out in second. That's ultimately what makes the difference between 1 and 2. If you want to drive the class winner's breastplate maybe back into him just a smidge, I can get behind that argument, but I still think that's a good-looking one with more than enough muscle to go ahead and get the green light. The young man's goat that comes out in second is chiseled just everywhere. I think that one's round-ribbed, big-backed, big-loined, even his jump muscles, just super expressive. Outer leg shape here from the sides, really good. With that, it's kind of a double-edged sword. I think that goat reads just a little bit rawer in terms of his type and kind. You couple that with the fact that he's frailer and slicker-legged, and I don't think that goat necessarily comes together with the same look of balance maybe as our class winner does. Frailer featured weather, little extra set to his hind leg, little shorter in terms of his hip, and often indented too much there right in behind his blade into his forerib. The young lady's goat that comes out in third, really extended, nice in terms of his lines and symmetry. Of the top three, that one's the most off in terms of body shape and muscularity. Reads a little bit more peaked there in terms of her top shape. Funnels the most there to the base of our lower leg and stifle. Young man that comes out next with the solid red goat, I think's got a good one in terms of balance and symmetry. Like this one's blade length and lower body progression. Hind leg posture's really good, and so is its top line composure. A little flatter there in terms of our heart and forerib. Need to open that one up and give him more width again and dimension there all the way back into his pin set. The young lady's goat that comes out next, extremely smooth blending. Like this one in terms of basic build and flexibility. I'm not going to tell you that he's the most attractive structured. He's got a little extra set to his hind leg. Bottom line, what gets this goat down towards the bottom end of the class, he needs to be opened up. He's flatter and deeper and just a little bit more mature in his rib cage comparatively to those that we've already discussed. The young lady's goat that rounds out the class, big-boned, big-footed, really sculpted and aggressive in the shape. He works out the backside of his blade. Young lady, we've just got to reorganize his skeleton. A little bit shorter and tighter in his hip, too much set to his hind leg. His front end's just a little bit coarse, and then he wants to break there in the middle of his back. Besides that, I don't question that goat terminally. We've just got to reorganize his skeleton. Nice way to round out a competitive class. Congratulations to those young people doing a heck of a job. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 7 winners. In first place, Easton Jennings. Second place, Grant Liming. Third place, Paisley Watron. Fourth place, Jace Cox Accord. And fifth place, Lux Shaw. Entering the arena at this time is Class 8 of middleweight market goats. These exhibitors are McKenna Seibert, Travis Brandenburg, Wesley Tucker, Carla Evans, and Crosby Benjamin. Class 9, please make your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Kylan Cochran, Eden Myers, Leah Collins, Audrey Johnson, John Kaufman Jr. Please make your way outside of the show arena at this time. Class 10, please be getting ready in the barn.
Again, I just think right off the bat, the young man's goat up front needs to win and does so in a commanding fashion. I like his skeleton. I like the way he's assembled from the side, but more than that, I think that goat's the most progressive and the most elite in terms of the athleticism of his body shape. It's not only youthful, but it's athletic. The turn's right. Handling quality is unquestionably the best. Congratulations to him. The young lady's goat that comes out next, and I'll preface, I think it gets a little bit more, complicated as we go on down on where you want to lay your priorities. To me, the young lady's goat that comes out next is the next biggest in terms of his forearm. I think that goat's got the next most muscle volume, and his width progression from there on back, to me, I'm the most comfortable with landing in the second hole. Is he the best to look at from the side? Absolutely not. I think that goat just gets a little bit bigger and bulkier about his shoulder. He's a little thicker about his neck and rounder out of his hip. But you can't deny the fact that of those that remain, that this one's the most cracked open, and I like his dimension from front to rear the most of anything here that we've got to pick from. The young lady's goat that comes out next, I like his extension. I like his bottom side symmetry. I like his front end assembly and the way that he's, the ties into there into the top side of his shoulder. Top line's good. Levelness out of his hip is good. As you get on either end of this weather, he needs to be opened up. He gets a little bit flatter there and plainer in his muscle shape down to his lower leg and twist. Need to drop him there in terms of his twist and just see him with a little bit more bloom and spread out the back side of his blade. The young man that comes out next, I think, has got a big bone, big forearmed weather that has a really nice look from his shoulder back. Unfortunately, of those that we've discussed thus far, he's the softest touching and the blandest in his shape. He reads too thick and mature about his head, neck, and shoulder blade. We've got to see those things just be a little bit more refined, a little bit sleeker and more youthful to fit his body type at this stage of the game here in the middleweight division. The young man's goat that's going to round out the class, I like this one's extension. I like his proportionality and his balance and his flank line. I think his top line composure is exceptionally good as well. That goat needs to tie his neck a little higher into the top of his shoulder and bottom line. Again, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but muscularity and body shape's the name of the game as we get into these terminal species. That one's got to be opened up down at the ground and transmit that back into a bigger rib cage. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 8 winners. In first place, Travis Brandenburg. Second place, Carla Evans. Third place, McKenna Seibert. Fourth place, Crosby Benjamin. And fifth place, Wesley Tucker. Entering the show arena at this time is Class 9 middleweight market goats. These exhibitors are Kylan Cochran, Eden Myers, Leah Collins, Audrey Johnson, and John Kaufman Jr. Class 10, please be making your way outside the show arena. These exhibitors are Nathan Applegate, Alexis Harless, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Travis Brandenburg, Serena Paget, and Cinder Shaw. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time.
really good goats here on the top end of the class. And I'll tell you, if it was, I just went ahead and called front skeletal assembly a wash. I think that they do similar things in motion. They both need to just probably walk with a little bit more natural presence and head carriage placement as they get out and drive. To me, the young lady's goat up front's just a little bit shorter in terms of his blade. I think he reads more elevated and just rounder in terms of his body shape. I think that this goat's proportionality and silhouette from the sides, just a little bit more of this judge's speed, his hind leg posture, his levelness of hip, and just everything, the way it blends here. I think that's a high quality individual to go ahead and kick things off in this particular set. The goat that comes out in second is no slouch whatsoever. I think that one's a big chested, big backed, big ended one, monster loin edge and jump muscle in that particular goat. I don't think necessarily that one from his shoulder back is any slouch whatsoever comparatively to our class winner. He's big in terms of his forearm, dense in his skull, maybe just a little too compact there in terms of his hip. My biggest pick is, even though that I can see that goat probably just maintaining his presence, standing still as good as anything, as he gets out and travels, that goat just wants to get a little too far forward in his knee and shoulder. He doesn't stride near far enough out of his front end for me to be comfortable with being able to even make a justification of switching that pair. He's comparatively longer in his blade as well and shorter about his neck, but a highly respectable second. Really, really nice one there to go ahead and land in the 2-hole. The young lady's goat that comes out in third, Terminal Merit, we're in good shape. I like this one's freshness in terms of touch and tone. I think that he's wide at the base of his skeleton. He doesn't maintain that same width back into his upper pin set and stifle. Little extra set to his hind leg. Gets a little weak there in terms of his spine. I need to see that goat just a little bit more conservative there in terms of his ear length to make him a little more aesthetically pleasing from the side. Push him back there in terms of his breastplate, but a nice one to land there in third. The young lady's goat that comes out next, relative to the goat that we're going to round out the class with, a little bit more aesthetically pleasing hind leg. He's stronger in his spine. I think he blends better from his shoulder into his forerib and has just maybe just a little bit more fresher shape up high. Comparatively to the ones that we've talked about, he's thicker about his neck and just a little bit plainer in his pattern there from the profile. The young man's goat that's going to round out, big body, big volume goat. I'm not going to question again. In terms of width progression, we're in good shape. That goat's got a big chest, and he carries that same width there through the back part of his skeleton. To me, the set of his hind leg and the security of his hind leg is just out of bounds. In my particular opinion, need to square him up on his rear feet, make him more attractive in the build and use of his hind leg for me to be able to get him up any higher in this set, give him a shot more lower stifle. Congratulations to those exhibitors, all of them doing an exceptional job. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 9 winners. In first place, Leah Collins. Second place, Eden Myers. Third place, Audrey Johnson. Fourth place, Kylan Cochran. Fifth place, John Kaufman Jr. Entering the arena at this time is Class 10 middleweight market goats. These exhibitors are Nathan Applegate, Alexis Harless, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Travis Brandenburg, Serena Paget, and Cinder Shaw. We need all first and second place winners, as well as third place winners, from classes 6 through 9 to be making their way outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are from Class 6, Briley Clem, Camden Ryan, and Kaylee Rott. From Class 7, Easton Jennings, Grant Liming, and Paisley Watrin. From Class 8, Travis Brandenburg, Carla Evans, and McKenna Seibert. And from Class 9, Leah Collins, Eden Myers, and Audrey Johnson. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time.
Nice place to start. I think between a pair of fresh-hided, good-touching goats, the young lady's weather up front just maintains a more consistent look of symmetry here as we get off to the side of him. That one and the way that he just comes together in terms of his top line, wants to run uphill just a nickel bit better. I think he's better in his flank line, stronger in his spine, more attractive in the standing posture of his hind leg, and stays level around of his hip. As he gets out and goes, I want to see him reach with just a little bit more flexibility off both ends of his skeleton. He's plenty straight and rigid about his hock and rear pastern, his knee and front foot, but I think that's a fresh, good-looking goat that deserves to go ahead and win this class. The young man's goat that comes out in second, I think that one's probably just a nickel bit more progressive in terms of his width from out the back side of his blade into his pin set. He's bigger there in terms of his rack. He's fresher over his loin. He's got a bigger pin set even in comparison to our class winner. Like his forearm, little extra set to his hind leg, and young man, he just never pulls together from the side the way that he needs to. Rounder out of his hip, gets off behind his shoulder, and just kind of wants to pull back against you. Makes him look like he's going in a couple different directions, and we've got to bring him together there from the side. Young lady that comes out in third, big, bulky, wide-chested, bold-bodied one. I think that if we're covering just meat and potatoes, he's got it. That one just reads a little bit deeper there in terms of his sternum and the base of his shoulder, a little bit more mature about his head and neck, and a little bit frailer there in terms of a set of his hind leg with less shape and dimension there down to his lower leg and stifle. Young lady's goat that comes out next. I think this one's got extension and elevation covered. Nice there in terms of its flank line. Like that one out the backside of its shoulder in terms of top line composure. As we get into the bottom three, we're going to start seeing just a little bit less muscle and dimension. I think that one wants to taper to his lower pin set and doesn't necessarily read with the same kind of muscle volume from end to end as we've previously discussed. Young man's got one here with a painted up goat, stouter bone, bigger footed. Like this one's hind leg posture quite a bit. A little bit more shape and probably just more muscle volume than the goat that we previously discussed. The longer we're out here, that one wants to rise in his loin, break behind its blade. I need to see that one set back in the angle of its shoulder. Need to see it just a little bit sleeker there in terms of its neck set and neck attachment. The young lady's goat that rounds out the class is those things in terms of neck attachment and elevation up front. I think we've covered the bases. Strong in terms of its top line. I think basic build and fundamental structurally, we're doing just A-okay. That goat, in my opinion, again, just runs out of gas. We've got to soup that one up in terms of dimension and power before I can contemplate getting it out of there. But again, a nice way to round out the class, very respectable way to round out that class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 10 winners. In first place, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. Second place, Travis Brandenburg. Third place, Alexis Harless. Fourth place, Serena Paget. And fifth place, Nathan Applegate. Entering the arena at this time are the first and second place winners from classes 6 through 10. These exhibitors are from class 6, Briley Clem and Camden Ryan. From class 7, Easton Jennings and Grant Liming. From class 8, Travis Brandenburg and Carla Evans. From class 9, Leah Collins and Eden Myers. And from class 10, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg and Travis Brandenburg. Third place, please be outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Kaylee Rott, Paisley Watron, McKenna Seibert, Audrey Johnson, and Alexis Harless. Please be outside of the show arena.
awesome middleweight division. We started with an athlete that I think's really good looking there up through his front end. Maybe could make him a little bit stronger behind his shoulder, but you want to talk about one that's wedged up right up high and from the side. I think the young lady's got a really nice one there to stand there and out of our first class in the middleweight division. Young man's got one that wants to run uphill. I think that's just a nice complete goat that's exceptionally smooth blending there from the side. Out of our second class, big bone, big footed, nice hind leg. Talks about maybe needing to progress back into a bigger pin set and lower twist and stifle. Young man's got a big bone, big four-armed one that's extremely fresh touching and grooved up. I like this one. Maybe you could give him a shot bigger rear foot. Maybe could, again, just see him a little bit longer in terms of his hip. But, again, I think his body shape, I think his terminal merit and his terminal value as far as that's concerned is really, really, really good. Young lady brought us another one. That was a nice top pair of goats, I thought, in that class. And it's this look right here that I think is just probably in a league of its own relative to some contemporaries out here. His extension, his lower body symmetry, and his hind leg posture. Just a little bit more top-line composure in that particular weather, and he does it with a fresh touch and handle. Young lady that rounds out the division here in our last class, big-boned and big-footed. Two really fresh touching goats that I think are really good as far as terminal merit is concerned, height and presentation. That one's dressed up and looks the part. Again, a smooth blending weather, maybe just a little straight off both ends of his skeleton, some things that we can modify there in that particular class. But again, I think 5 respective class winners, 5 really, really nice second place goats. Let's give these middleweight exhibitors a big round of applause. I'll give 5 of them.
Congratulations, grand champion, middleweight market goat, Leah Collins. Audrey Johnson, please enter the show ring at this time. Congratulations, reserve champion, middleweight market goat, Travis Brandenburg. Congratulations, 3rd overall middleweight market goat, Eden Myers. McKenna Seibert, please enter the show ring at this time. Congratulations, 4th overall middleweight market goat, Audrey Johnson. Congratulations, 5th overall middleweight market goat, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg. We need Class 11 heavyweight market goats to be making their way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Sophie Auth, Echo Shaw, Zoe Hammond, Kiera Moe, Savannah Pennington, and Josie Benjamin. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Class 12, please be getting ready in the barn.
Attention in the barns. We have a missing child. He is 9 years old. His name is Levi. He has on a red hat, gray shirt, and black shorts. If you see a little boy with a red hat, a gray shirt, and black shorts, named Levi, please find somebody immediately. And if you are Levi, please come to the announcer stand.
Kiera Mo, please make your way outside of the show arena at this time. Kiera Mo. Entering the arena at this time is Class 11 Heavyweight Market Goats. These exhibitors are Sophie Auth, Echo Shaw, Zoe Hammond, Kiera Mo, Savannah Pennington, and Josie Benjamin. Class 12, please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are Grant Liming, John Kaufman Jr., Kiera Mo, Zoe Hammond, Eden Myers, Brielle Cochran, and Brianna Walker. Please be making your way outside of the show arena at this time. Class 13, please be getting ready in the barn. Once again, Levi, if you are in the barn, please come to the show arena. Somebody is very worried about you. Just a reminder, you guys have until an hour after this show to consign your animals to the sale. The sale booth is right outside of the barn. It is open right now. You have an hour after the show to consign your animals. Also, after the conclusion of the show, you have an hour to remove any goats from the fairgrounds, but before you take any goats off of these fairgrounds, you have to come talk to Colby or Harley. Thank you.
Nice place to start in this particular class. A really complete winner. I'm in the back of my mind, wide-chested, great in terms of its wedge up high. I really like that doe just in terms of her mass and spread over her rib and loin into a stout upper pin set. You can maybe give her a shot more bone and tidy her up there through her front end, but other than that, I think there's no doubt in my mind that that's my go-ahead winner. You know, from there, I'm going to take a stand for muscularity, and to me, the young lady's blonde-headed or lemon-headed doe or wether that comes out next is just the next best in terms of skeletal width and dimension. That one squares up with the most mass out the backside of its blade over a bigger loin. I think if that one's got just a shot bigger upper pin set, he needs to be reorganized from a skeletal perspective. I'm not going to argue with you at all. He's not my favorite in terms of balance. He's longer bladed, he's weak spined, and he's got a little extra set to his hind leg. But in my opinion, they're market goats. We've still got to have some power and dimension in these things, and he's my next best bet. The young lady's goat that comes out next, I think is a nice one in terms of symmetry and balance there from the side. If you want to get just a little bit more comparative there between the pair, I like that one's extension. I like the standing set of his hind leg better than the wether we previously discussed. He's shorter and tighter out of his hip, and my biggest concern is the deeper chested goat kind of just gets the biggest part on him is the center part of his body. We need to see him wedge back with just a more gradual dimension there from behind. I need to see that goat more compositionally appropriate for this particular judge and to track more genuine going away. We get into a bottom trio of goats that all need a shot more muscle. To me, this goat's just got a little bit better balance and proportion. We're starting on a different end. Young lady, you should be down here. This goat's got just a shot more turn to its body shape. Reads with a little bit better blend there from its shoulder into its forerib, and probably just more total body volume relative to our contemporaries. Frailer featured wether, tighter about its forerib, frailer at the ground. Need to see that one come together again and match all the dimension that we've got ahead of its hip with more from behind. Young lady over here between a bottom pair of goats that are probably just a little bit more similar there in terms of their problems as well as their advantages. I like this one's extension and silhouette and balance and hind leg standing better than the goat that comes out next. The young lady's wether that rounds out the class, I think this one's extended. I think he's big boned. I think he's big footed, and especially compared to the one that we probably just discussed. That one, again, we've just got to open up, give him a shot more power from end to end and more hip and punch there from behind. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause in your first class in your heavyweight division.
Congratulations, Class 11 winners. In first place, Josie Benjamin. In second place, Kiera Moe. Third place, Savannah Pennington. Fourth place, Echo Shaw. And fifth place, Zoe Hammond. Entering the arena at this time is Class 12 heavyweight market goats. These exhibitors are Grant Liming, John Kaufman Jr., Kiera Moe, Zoe Hammond, Eden Myers, Brielle Cochran, and Brianna Walker. Class 13, please be making your way outside of the arena at this time. These exhibitors are Riley Smith, Piper Ward, Haley Moe, Henry Gray, and Chloe Rott.
Just a reminder as well, if you are not an exhibitor, a parent with an exhibitor in the ring or about to go in the ring, please find a seat in the stands. Thank you. Attention in the barns, just another reminder, there is absolutely no alcohol allowed in the Holman barn. If you have alcohol in the Holman barn, please find the nearest trash can or stand outside. Thank you.
Nice pair of them here at the top part of the class. I think we've got some trade-offs, but the longer I'm out here, there's not a legitimate reason for me to switch this pair. I think the young lady's weather up front, that one's just a shot more short in terms of its blade length. I think that one reads more athletic in its body shape, and even though I think he's maybe a nickel longer in terms of his hip, that weather, in my opinion, proportions just a nickel bit better than the goat that we've got in second. I like his chest and the way that he runs uphill. I like the stoutness and the security and the flexibility of his hind leg. Extremely good in terms of his touch and tone. Like that one quite a bit. Congratulations to that young lady. The young man's goat that comes out in second. Big bone, big footed. Another one that I can appreciate just in terms of hide quality and handle and touch. We're just not near as expressive. We're not near as on point, maybe, if that's the right proper terminology, as the goat that goes ahead and wins the class. And if the young man steps off of that particular weather, I think that he's a little bit longer in terms of his blade and just breaks off behind his shoulder. I'll give you hats off to you, though. You do an excellent job of hiding up those issues with your showmanship skills. There's a couple of times where you made it a little bit closer than it really is, in my opinion. Love that goat's chest shot. Again, we've just got to tweak some things in regards to the base of his neck, off behind his blade, and again, the length of his blade there from the side. Nice goat there to stand in second. Young man that comes out in third. I think this is the next best one in regards to build and balance and symmetry. That one's top line balance and hind leg and flexibility is definitely my next best option there. As you get on either end of that goat, it's clear that he's not in the same league of muscularity as probably those two up there. But again, a very respectable one that I can appreciate for his proportionality and silhouette there from the side. Maybe clean him up there just a little bit in terms of his waddle, short him in there in terms of his ear. The young lady's goat that comes out next, lean and shapely. I like this one in terms of his forearm. He's a little long in terms of his pastern, and like the goat on the other side of him, he wants to work up in his spine and drop in his pin set. Gets a little rounder there in terms of his shoulder. I just thought there was more bulk and mass in this particular weather relative to the goat on the other side of him. The young lady's weather that comes out next, I like this one's extension. I like his top line when he's wanting to cooperate. Again, when we get him bracing too hard, he wants to work up there in his hip, loin, and jump muscle. He's set a little bit higher at the base of his tail. He's stronger on his rear pastern and has a little bit more attractive standing hind leg set. I just read him a little bit drier and more concave at the base of his rib cage relative to the goat that we previously discussed. High volume doe that comes out next. In terms of balance and proportionality, I don't necessarily have any big issues there. Nice hind leg. I think that one, all the parts of the pieces fit there with the exception of bone work. That one gets a little bit frail. And then as we're not talking about, if we're talking about just probably the extra bells and whistles, that goat just reads a little deeper in terms of her chest, a little bit more mature in terms of her body shape. But if young lady, if you want me to be honest with you, I think she just reads more like a breeding animal and less like a market goat. A really nice one there to round out second in this particular class. The young lady's goat that rounds out the class, extended, lean, high cut ability, the latest maturing, big outlined goat that I think's long measuring for sure. Just again, when it comes down to the basis of things, I've got to see that one have just a shot more terminal value to be able to make it climb up any higher in this particular set. Really good class of them there. Congratulations to these exhibitors getting things going here in your heavyweight division.
Congratulations, Class 12 winners. In first place, Eden Myers. Second place, Grant Liming. Third place, John Kaufman Jr. Fourth place, Brielle Cochran. And fifth place, Brianna Walker. Entering the arena, never mind. Entering the arena at this time is Class 13 heavyweight market goats. These exhibitors are Riley Smith, Piper Ward, Haley Moe, Henry Gray, and Chloe Rott. Class 14, please be outside of the arena. These exhibitors are Lucia Taylor, Sophie Auth, Samantha Wood, Brenna Walker, and Bentley Gibson. Please be outside of the arena at this time. Class 15, please be getting ready in the barn. All right, guys, I have good news for everybody today. The missing kid Levi has been found. Woo! Thank you all for your concern.
Again, another one of those decisions in my mind that it's just got to go that way for this particular judge. Chest width and just the way that this goat's built in terms of the muscularity or his muscle system, I think that he's the best option in this particular set. Big forearmed, awesome rib cage, big upper pin set, and stifle shape in that particular goat. He could be a little bit more limber off both ends of his skeleton, be set a nickel higher at the top side of his shoulder, but other than that, I think that's an easy winner in this particular case. Young lady's goat that comes out in second just hits me better with a more favorable first impression from the profile. I like that one's silhouette and just the way he runs uphill standing. He's not necessarily the trimmest in terms of his breastplate. He's not the sleekest in terms of his neck. And if we're going to get into comparative sense, he touches with a little bit fatter over his forerib than I'd probably like to see. But in my opinion, he's the next highest quality from a show goat perspective. That's why he's going to stand in second. Young lady's weather that comes out in third. Lean, high cut ability, nickel more expressive than the weather we previously discussed. Young lady, we've got to put this skeleton together just a little bit better. A little straighter up front. He's getting a little up there in terms of the middle of his spine. I think it's because he's got a big loin edge, which is a positive. You just got to see him stronger behind his shoulder, and again, leveler there out of his hip. he gets a little bit flatter and concave there right in terms of his forerib. Really nice one here that comes out next. The young lady in the purple shirt brings us a smooth blending goat that it runs uphill, dead level and strong in terms of his top line. You could pick him up in terms of his tail set, strengthen him on his rear pastern, give him a shot more stability to his hock, and again, just probably have a shot more power in terms of his lower leg down low, but a nice one there. As we get on down the line, young ladies goat that's going to round out the class. I like this one's extension. I like his lateness of maturity. I like his leanness and his high cutability advantages there relative to those in his class. Longer eared weather that's just a little bit narrower in terms of his chest. He's flatter in his rib and lighter muscled. Got to have a little bit more power to get him up in this particular set. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 13 winners. In first place, Henry Gray. In second place, Piper Ward. In third place, Haley Moe. In fourth place, Chloe Rott. And in fifth place, Riley Smith. Entering the arena at this time is Class 14 Heavyweight Market Goats. These exhibitors are Lucia Taylor, Sophie Auth, Samantha Wood, Brenna Walker, and Bentley Gibson. Class 15, please make your way outside of the show arena. These exhibitors are Savannah Pennington, Lucia Taylor, Bentley Gibson, and Emma Smith. Please be outside of the show arena at this time. We also need all first, second, and third place winners from classes 11 through 14 to be getting ready in the barn. Thank you.
Again, another one of those situations where I just think that this goat's got to win. Go with the red right front leg. I think he's big boned and big footed. To me, as we get into these heavier weights, it's less about as much as how you look. It's more about, are you genuine? Are you compositionally correct? Muscle and fat balancing out here. And that weather's the only one in my mind that I'm comfortable with starting in terms of a muscle content perspective. His touch, his tone, his handling quality's unrivaled. His width progression's the best. As we get into these heavyweight goats, I think that's harder to attain. Congratulations to that young lady. Young lady's goat that comes out in second. I like this one in terms of leanness and cutability. I like this one next best in terms of symmetry and silhouette there from the side. Maybe a goat that we could stouten up in terms of his bone work. We could make that one, again, maybe just a little bit slimmer there in terms of the top side of its neck and more coordinated there as it wants to turn and go away. Maybe more total muscle volume in the goat that comes out in third. Big bone, big footed, stout in terms of his chest and round in terms of its rib cage. Goat that gets a little wrinkly there in terms of its hide, wants to push out in its breastplate. Thicker and coarser there about its neck and a little too straight off both ends of its skeleton, rounder there and lower set in terms of its tail base. Young lady's weather that comes out next, you step around to the front of these things, start out positively, step out to the side, and I think that goes smooth blending, but I think if you step to the front of that particular weather, I think it's due in part to maybe just a little bit too much condition. The biggest part on him, again, is the central part of his back. I've got to see him with a bigger pin set. I've got to see him more defined in terms of his muscularity and the muscle tone that he's got. Young lady's got a lean one that's extended like this one in terms of elevation and length of body. Little frailer, little plainer, little rounder there in terms of her shoulder and hip. Young lady's goat that wants to round out the class. Smooth blending, big bone, big footed, big legged goat. I like those things about him for sure. When it gets down to it, that's the flattest goat that's the most dramatic in being the roundest out of its hip and the most plain in terms of its front end assembly. We've got to fix those things before I can let it get up any higher. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 14 winners. In first place, Brenna Walker. Second place, Samantha Wood. Third place, Bentley Gibson. Fourth place, Lucia Taylor. And fifth place, Samantha Wood. Entering the arena at this time is Class 15 heavyweight market goats. These exhibitors are Savannah Pennington, Lucia Taylor, Bentley Gibson, and Emma Smith. We need all first, second, and third place exhibitors, or placers from classes 11 through 14 to be making their way outside of the arena at this time. These exhibitors are from Class 11, Josie Benjamin, Kiera Moe, and Savannah Pennington. From Class 12, Eden Myers, Grant Liming, and John Kaufman Jr. From Class 13, Henry Gray, Piper Ward, and Haley Moe. And from Class 14, Brenna Walker, Samantha Wood, and Bentley Gibson. Please be outside of the show arena at this time.
Again, a very complete class winner, and in my opinion, as we get down to the nitty-gritty here and we get ready to pick a heavyweight champion, to me, this goat has got a big bone and a big foot. I like his feature. I like his density. I like the shape and turn and roll of his center body. A goat the young lady brings us just a little bit more compositionally imbalanced than probably the last weather that we had. He's still a little thick in terms of his neck and the base of his shoulder, but in my opinion, he does it. He's the freshest goat in this particular set and does it with the most composed look there from the side. Young man's weather that comes out second. There's probably just a nickel harder shape out the backside of that one's blade and probably just a nickel bit bigger loin that spans over that that one's back. Big bone, big legged, whether that's comfortable in his lower joints. He's off behind his blade. He's pushing out in terms of his chest and filling in with a little bit more condition there than I deem ideal. Thicker about his neck. He just reads a little bit too mature up front. And then for that, I think you take into the consideration he's a little bit earlier maturing. We've got to look at those things. I just don't think that goat comes together as nice from the side. Young lady's goat that comes out next is smooth blending. Like him in terms of his build, balance, and structure. Strong in terms of his top line. Nice in terms of the set and posture of his hind leg. Young lady of the top three, he's the narrowest and flattest, and that's what it boils down to. Young lady that rounds out the class, I think we've got a late maturing, lean, high cutability one. Obviously, we've maximized our growth potential here on this particular goat. Young lady does a good job of getting him to his end point at this stage of the game. I think there's body volume there. To me, a frailer featured goat just reads a little bit too mature in terms of his rib and body shape, gets deeper set, flatter in terms of his pin set. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 15 winners. In first place, Lucia Taylor. Second place, Bentley Gibson. Third place, Emma Smith. And in fourth place, Savannah Pennington. Entering the arena at this time are all first, second, and third place winners from classes 11 through 15. These exhibitors are from Class 11, Benjamin Josie, Kiera Moe, and Savannah Pennington. From Class 12, Eden Myers, Grant Liming, and John Kaufman Jr. From Class 13, Henry Gray, Piper Ward, and Haley Moe. From Class 14, Brenna Walker, Samantha Wood, and Bentley Gibson. And from Class 15, Lucia Taylor, Bentley Gibson, and Emma Smith. We need Grand Reserve and third overall from both the lightweight and middleweight market goat division to be making their way towards the arena at this time. These exhibitors are from the lightweight division, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Bentley Clem, and Tegan Tisland. And from the middleweight division, Leah Collins, Travis Brandenburg, and Eden Myers. Please be making your way outside of the arena with your goats. We also need the Grand Reserve and third overall from the Market Dairy Weathers division to be making their way towards the arena. These exhibitors are Paisley Watrin, Claire Westner, and Isabella Applegate. Please be making your way towards the arena.
Well, we've got a young man out here talking to his goat, knowing and telling him repeatedly, I know you're tired, I know you're tired, I know you're tired. So that's how you know we've progressed into the evening where the judge probably needs to keep his comments a little bit briefer, and we need to keep going here with the show and getting things going. So I'll try to sum up the class winners as quick as we can, but as accurately as possible. And again, some respectable seconds. I think that we're going to have a really nice champion heavyweight here in this particular set. Young lady out of Class 1, balance is good. Fresh to the touch, need a bigger pin set, need more bone. Young lady that comes out of the second class of heavyweights, dense skeleton, hard touching, maybe the most athletic shaped goat that we've seen today. Could maybe make him just a little bit thinner there at the top side of his neck. Other than that, pretty darn nice weather. Young man that comes out of Class 3, that's an athlete that's big bone, big footed, and opened up, a little straight off both ends of his skeleton. Young lady's goat that comes out of Class 4. I like this one's extension. I like this one's composition. I like this one fundamentally in terms of terminal merit. That one maybe just reads a little bit plainer and deeper in terms of its chest relative to a couple of others out here. Then the young lady out of the last class of heavyweights, big boned, good footed. I like this one in terms of flexibility and structure for a heavyweight goat, kind of tipping the scales at the far end of the pendulum, if you will. That one probably just holds itself together as good as anything. Probably, again, maybe not as fresh as a couple of others here in this particular drive. It's the heavyweights. We're getting thin. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty here on the crowd, but don't let the clapping stop. Give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations, grand champion heavyweight market goat Eden Myers. We need John Kaufman Jr. to be entering the arena at this time. Congratulations, reserve champion heavyweight market goat Grant Liming. John Kaufman Jr., you need to be in the arena at this time. Freddie Kaufman. Okay. Congratulations, third overall heavyweight market goat Henry Gray. We need Haley Moe entering the arena at this time. Congratulations, fourth overall heavyweight market goat Brenna Walker. We need Bentley Gibson to be entering the arena at this time. Never mind, I changed my mind. Congratulations, fifth overall heavyweight market goat Lucia Taylor. We need all grand reserves and thirds from each division to be outside of the show arena at this time. These exhibitors are, where did that? These exhibitors are from the Market Dairy Weather Division, Paisley Watrin, Claire Westner, and Isabel Applegate. From the Lightweight Division, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Bentley Clem, and Tegan Tisland. Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, we need you outside of the show arena right now. From the middleweight division, Leah Collins, Travis Brandenburg, and Eden Myers. From the heavyweight division, Eden Myers, Grant Liming, and Henry Gray. Please be outside of the show arena at this time. I need all of these. Come on, Abrina. This is Doe's. I don't know how. Entering the arena at this time are the Grand Reserve and third overalls from each division. From the Market Dairy Weather Division, we have Paisley Watrin, Claire Westner, and Isabel Applegate. From the Lightweight Division, Abrina Bowling Brandenburg, Brentley Clem, and Tegan Tisland. From the Middleweight Division, Leah Collins, Travis Brandenburg, and Eden Myers. And from the Heavyweight Division, Eden Myers, Grant Liming, and Henry Gray. Final reminder, you have up to 1 hour after the end of this show to consign your market animals to the sale. It is in that trailer outside of the barn. They are open right now. You have up to an hour after the show. Also, up to an hour after the conclusion of the show, you are able to remove any goats off of the fairgrounds, but you have to come talk to Colby or Harley Brandenburg before you do it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last time this evening you get to hear me on the microphone, so that's something to cheer for. If you're not going to clap for me, at least clap for the kids. Let's give them one last round of applause. We can, I can't thank you guys enough. The hospitality's been great here in Clermont County. Appreciate getting up here to judge the Sheep and Goat Show. Appreciate the Fairboard and the hospitality they've showed me. The ring help's been awesome. These young kids are absolutely incredible, extremely respectful. Couldn't have asked for better help, very attentive. Appreciate all the help that they've given me throughout the day and making sure that everything looks their best. All the way to the lady that I think she's left now, but she gave me ibuprofen, which I can't do now in a 4-H position because of risk management things. I can't just give a kid ibuprofen, but I appreciate her being able to give me ibuprofen here and judging the show today. It really means a lot to me to be able to come up here and feel so welcomed and hosted by a county of strangers where I don't know anybody from Adam. It really means a lot to me to be able to come out here and feel right at home. I just want to leave you with two thoughts. Again, it's not 2 a.m., so you can spare me 5 minutes to be able to just give you a little bit of insight here. I'm only 26 years old, but there's two things that I've learned. And when you're 26 and you come home from college and you learn these things and all you can hear about on social media and all these things out there is this generation this and this generation that and this generation that. You kids, I want you to think about this. I'm going to give you one thing for now. I'm going to give you one thing for later. When you lay your head on the pillow at night and when you wake up tomorrow morning, I want you to think about this. A, you had the blessing to be hand-selected by an incredible God to be born in the greatest country in the entire world. That's not an accident. Not only that, in my opinion, I know that there was a great generation back in the day that they call the greatest generation, but I'll tell you what, the generation that you get to live in should be the greatest generation that you get to be a part of. And I think that the future is extremely bright. But I want you to think about it. There are no accidents. You could have been born in a foreign country, somewhere far away, without running water or any of these things. Imagine life without show goats and show sheep, and everything kind of stinks already to begin with. But then you break it down and you think about all of our first world problems that we have a problem with, and you really break things and start to look at it. We are extremely blessed, but more so, you are blessed to live in the time that you get to live in, and there are no accidents, and you get to make the most of it. Now, one of these days, the future's going to come around, and this is your little thing for the future. That same person, that same being that puts you in this point in time, at this present day, that allows you to be a part of the greatest country in the world, that allows you to show goats, that gave you the parents that you did, that mapped out your whole life without 100% any flaws or accidents whatsoever, right down to the struggles that you go through, you're going to see them face to face. And that's an incredible opportunity. And the cool thing about it is, some of you may never know this, but no matter what you've done, where you've been, whether you got in a fight with your parents on the way to the show, whether you're a straight A student, whether you're last in your class, valedictorian, whether you go to the military, or if you go to a welding school, or you go to college, you become a doctor, have a family, or live by yourself for the rest of your life, there's a God in heaven that loves you, and he sent his son to die for you. And I'm going to give you guys a top 5 tonight, and you're going to think that that banner's the biggest gift in the whole wide world, and why it is an incredible thing that signifies a lot of hard work and dedication. There's nothing that compares to the unfathomable love that you get from a Jesus Christ that died, was buried, and rose again from you. He'll change your life. He'll change your perspective. And I'm not saying this because I'm perfect. Do not clap for me. I'm a flawed human. I make mistakes every single day. And that's the main reason I'm telling you guys this. Before you go home tonight, you're going to make mistakes. Your parents are going to make mistakes. Your siblings are going to make mistakes. Your teachers are going to make mistakes. The great thing is, there's a perfect being that saw enough potential and value in you that he said it didn't matter, I'll take the blame and go for it. Those two things. There's no accidents. Where you live now is incredible. Where you choose to be in the future can also be incredible if you choose to love him back the way that he loves you. Clermont County, it's been a pleasure tonight. I'll set the microphone down, go get you a top 5. Let's raise the roof one last time for these kids, and we'll get on down the road.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Overall Market Goat Leah Collins. Congratulations, Reserve Champion Overall Market Goat Eden Myers. Congratulations, 3rd Overall Market Goat Grant Liming. Congratulations, 4th Overall Market Goat Travis Brandenburg. Congratulations, 5th Overall Market Goat Eden Myers.